Hello everyone and welcome to Old World. We are alive once more with another 2025 tournament match. The final stretch of the tournament. The last 4 or 5 games, Auro versus Alcaras. And yes, we have joining me in the casting booth, Nazar. Let's get him online with us now. He's messaging me at the moment. Let's make sure we're messaged on Discord. And also, let's make sure my chat screen is up. All right. Yes, we're all good to go. Headset on. And transcription service on. Where are we? That's not the right one. There it is. And Nazar. Let's go. All right. I think I'm going to call him. How come I never see the... Oh, here it is. Here it is. Great. Hello, Nazar. You are live. We are live. It is back on another tournament session.
It is wonderful to be here for another wonderful match.
Do you have the password? Are you in?
Yes.
Great.
I'm about to be in.
Fantastic.
If
Great.
it would let me.
If they need to rehost, we can rehost.
It's not showing me anything, any matches. It might be on my side the problem.
I don't know. I've had that problem before. But let the team know.
Yeah, they need to rehost. Apologize for that.
No worries. We should have got you into the group chat sooner.
Yeah. I mean, happens to the best of us.
Yeah. All right. So, but they need to rehost. Even if they need to rehost, I can still take a quick second and peek at the map. Unless apparently I just exited out of Old World. Apparently I exited out of Old World. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so enjoy the black screen for a second.
Don't you love when that happens?
I don't know. I don't know why that happened. I didn't mean to exit out. I must have well, they're gonna need to rehost for me now anyway, because I exited out. Let's get this sorted. Yeah, no games, but it's all right. We'll get sorted in a second. What else is happening in the world today? Is it my turn in any of my games yet? No, it isn't. Okay, great. All right, very, very exciting match today, though. It's the final. Let's take a look here. I'll tab out and take a look at this while we're waiting. It is Ninja 1. So, we have 1, 2, 3. There are 4 matches left of the tournament. This is the 4th match. The 4th to last match. It's going to be Auro versus Alcaras, then Ninja versus one of the winners of this match, then Aaron, and then on to the finals with Class Koala, and technically 5 matches because any one of the eliminated players, the players currently fighting to make it to the finals, will need to win 2 games in the final. So let's take a look and see if we're back. Weird. Still no game. No game. No game.
And no game on my side, too.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's exciting news. I'm trying to do 2 things at once, and unlike the cool streaming kids, I do not have more than 1 monitor, so I'm going through different tabs at the moment. But yes, Auro versus Alcaras. Let's see. Auro's journey here. Yes, yes, yes. He started against Ninja. He defeated Ninja in his very first game. Then was up against Mojo. They had an epic, something like 8 or 9 session, marathon long session with several battles throughout the game. Very, very cool match. I highly recommend go back and check that one out. Specifically, if I recall, part 5 and part 7 of that one, I think in particular, were both very exciting. Then he shocked everybody, Auro did, by hastily defeating Fluffy Bunny. Here we go. All right, we're
Yes,
back up.
that was very interesting the way that it happened.
Yes. And then eventually got eliminated by the very champion, or finalist, the current finalist himself, Klaus Koala, before awaiting the arrival of Alcaras to challenge him. In fact, you yourself, Nazar, are the very man who booted Alcaras down into the elimination. Alcaras was on a winning
Yes.
streak until he went up against you, and you took him out with Rome. So that's always exciting. And he managed to best me. So, yeah, there we go. You beat Alcaraz, and I lost to Alcaraz, and here we are commentating his match together. That's an exciting time.
Now that's a wonderful map. Look at that.
Yeah, very, very interesting. It is a tiny inland sea, but it is ultra wide, and it is on the point
Wow.
symmetry setting, which for those who are unclear on the new point symmetry setting for mirrored map, what it means is the map is mirrored, yes, but it's kind of like flipped on its like central axis, so that Alcaraz starts down here in this bottom right corner, and then Auro is going to stop here up here in the top right corner. So basically, from the left for Auro, from the left to right, is completely mirrored for Alcaraz from right to left. And then in the middle, there's kind of like this twisted thing. Yeah, so very, very, very cool. Very, very cool option. I've toyed around with it myself in a couple of private games. I didn't take it into the tournament match, but it creates some very, very interesting landscapes. I believe, let's take a look here. We are in, yes, we are in. Auro has the decision for first or second pick. I believe we should expect him to take first pick. I am assuming both of these players are going to be. I suspect both players are looking to play Carthage. So both players have been pretty much mainlining Carthage. I don't think Auro played Carthage in every game, but he's played Carthage for most games. So this will be the first game where they're up against an opponent who will be picking Carthage. Oh, wow. Auro is giving Alcaraz first pick. So there it is. An instant Carthage pick on Alcaraz. He gets to mainline. He gets to keep it moving. Soren Johnson in the chat says, nice. First of all, good to have you here. Also, Fluffy Bunny and Filthy Robot, welcome to the friends and regulars. Yeah, so we have some gems here in the capital. 3 precious. I would not. Nazar, are you muted?
I'm here.
Okay,
here.
good. Just checking. I don't mind talking. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't trying to talk. Okay. Yeah. So we have 3 precious here in the cap. I could see. I mean, he's probably going to go run traders anyway. Yep. But this also, it's going to enhance income from this location. So I mean, this is a pretty decent traders spot as far as inland traders go.
Now, when I look at a map like this, I see the gold, I see the silver, I see the gems.
Mm-hmm.
I see the ore. The first thing I think of is, where are my Patreons?
Yeah.
Like that is definitely the best Patreon spot I can think of, or champions because of the ores.
Yeah.
And the gems will give you that culture that you need. So the fact that Carthage has been picked again is very interesting to me. The question is, what is Uro gonna do here? to deal with Carthage.
Yes, I will be super intrigued by that. Auro has proven himself in several different contexts a powerful and reliable player. He can rush people. He can also play the long game. He went, again, that mojo match, that marathon mojo map. We have a Rome pick, which I think honestly is a smart pick. Rome has been doing very well against Carthage in the tournament. Rome and Persia seem to be the two picks that have reliably bested Carthage, as far as I'm aware. Of course, I'm sure Becht, our statistician, if he's in the chat, won't be able to tell us more details on who has been beating Carthage. But also, you're going to be able to expand well. And he will have access to both champions, patrons, and my personal favorite, landowners. But of course, it's going to be hard to cut out statesmen here when you're going up against Carthage, and you want to worry about that order. So we'll be curious if he picks. He has opened
And
patrons.
Patrons.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. So champions is a definite, which means I think we're going to see a no landowners in this game. And let's take a look at the map itself. We have. Let's take a look here. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a little bit harder to count on point symmetry, I think. The city sites. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think that would be 22 or 24 rather. I think we're looking at about 28 city sites on this map if I were to if I have that right. The center is right here. And we have this interesting, very fascinating, the inland sea is actually 2 seas here. We have a vast stretch of peninsula, which tactically speaking is going to be very, very interesting to deal with, because that's going to be just a smooth coastal pipeline of movement towards your opponent. That's going to be very, very interesting. Becht is telling us Rome has the most wins against Carthage, with 3 wins total. And I believe we talked about this yesterday, and Persia currently has 2 wins. Very, very proud to claim one of those myself. Always a fun time to beat Carthage, but of course, Alcaras has bested me to get his spot in this position in this tournament so far. So, I mean, we'll see if he can keep the Carthage dream alive. Nazar was able to best Alcaras is Carthage with Rome, so let's see if Auro can do the same thing. Going to be a very interesting match, and I think Alcaras is going to have to...
How many cities did you count?
I believe it was 28.
I counted 33.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, all right, I must have missed a couple. That's
big
fine.
Map.
All right, so 33. Interesting that it's an uneven number.
Well, the middle, sometimes you can have only one sometimes.
Yes,
That's
I
the
can
thing.
see that, but it looks even
I'm seeing
here. Yeah,
2
it actually looks
middles.
even here. Yes, so.
You know.
So, but either way, 30-ish, plus or minus. I got 28 and Nazar got 33, so maybe it's like 32 or something. Both schemers. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the start. So we have Rome, we have Carthage, we have a schemer with affable. And on the Carthage side, interesting, we have affable schemer. That makes sense. No, we have some farms here. I'm surprised not to see something like loyal. I mean, I guess you don't need it with the traders. Let's go to Rome and see what we have. We have the classic horse. We have a Swift with Swift schemer. That's interesting. Okay. Excuse me. I'm also wrestling a little bit of a cold here, so if I'm coughing or grunting or snorting, please forgive me. Yeah, so we have a Swift schemer, Swift Rome. All right, that's going to be some rapid expansion across this map, which should benefit Auro nicely, and certainly will make up for the ease with which Carthage expands through tribal expansion. I would not be surprised to see a champion's second city, but honestly, I think for my own taste, if I were going to go if I were to go Swift Rome right out of the gate, I might even just open with champions.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Schemer Swift. I like Schemer, they're really nice. I like Swift, it's really nice. But Schemer Rome, I mean, I would have went with maybe a Judge in here. If I want to go expansion, I would have went with a Tactician. It does the job of a Schemer, but better. Gonna be an interesting pick when it comes to going schemer.
I definitely like. I mean, Schemer's so strong. It's you have to be really, really on your game if you're going to best the Schemer opener because of the extra orders that your opponent's going to get. And I think my thing here is Swift seems perhaps maybe a little bit overkill on Rome, but honestly, it's a fun synergy. You can double it up. We have the ruler on the warrior, the Schemer warrior on the Roman ruler. Excuse me, sorry. That's going to happen more than once. I apologize. Um, and so he's going to have insane movement. Look how far he can get. If you can, yeah, grab that ruler from Roman. Look how far he can get. That's pretty much, he can go anywhere on his side of the map. Obviously, he needs to clear the fog first, but he's going to be able. Oh, can he see that? Yeah, he can. Yeah. Of course, he is clear. This is why, and this right here is why I think I might have gone with champions to open if I'm going with the Swift Roman route, because he's not going to get that extra damage. It's going to be a difficult clear. He does have steadfast on the first ruler unit though, so that's fantastic. I might have gone with steadfast first rather than assigning the general to really keep that clear speed up. But he, of course, maybe he
Agreed.
wants that XP. Holy DeGillis, what a map. Yes, indeed. Indeed, indeed. We have a tiny ultra-wide inland sea. Let's see what Carthage is up to. Carthage has missed the site that Auro is currently clearing, and he's gone a little bit deeper in the mountains. He hasn't spotted that first site down by the volcanic plains here. And what's really going to be fun and interesting to track is that even though this map is mirrored, because of the point symmetry option, it makes it a little bit difficult to get a sense of proper scouting on your opponent. You have to kind of remind yourself that, like, this location here for Alcaras, once he gets to this gems and the Scythian site, is all the way up here for your opponent. So, your left, your bottom is their top right. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they expand, because basically that presents multiple options. It's like, do you go north and then across, or do you go directly across? Lots of interesting considerations there for point symmetry. Very interesting map type to work with, I think. We have stone cutting for the Carthaginians, first tech, excuse me. And for the Romans, we have divination. So both are filling in the gaps that each other opponent starts with. Rome starts with stone cutting, and Carthage is grabbing that. And Carthage starts with divination, and Rome is grabbing that as well.
The question is, who's gonna get Zoroastrianism faster? That's what I'm really curious about. Will
Uh,
Rome be able to pull it off, or will Carthage just go for it? Will Alcaraz just go for it?
I think I think it's a Dota map. That's what we wanted. That's what we didn't we say we wanted that? Thorin Johnson's calling this a Dota map, and I'm pretty sure the conversation that sparked the whole point symmetry generation included, I can't remember who was there with. I think it was myself and Filthy, or maybe it was maybe I was watching a Filthy cast. But yeah, I think it involved the discussion about, wouldn't it be cool if we had maps that were like Dota maps here? And here we go. We did it. We did it, everybody. We made it work. That's really funny. But to the question about Zoro, we already have our first shrine going down in Carthago. So I'm thinking that Alcaris, even though it didn't have game-long impact, maybe he did not enjoy missing out on Zoro in his last game. The last game was his first tournament match, all tournament, where he did not get Zoroastrianism on his side of the map. So maybe he doesn't want to make that same mistake again. And he's going for a growth shrine. Of course, that's also useful for settler spam in the capital. He did go affable. He improved his farm first, and now he's doing a growth shrine second. So this could just be fixated around a bunch of growth spam, which of course makes sense as well. He's bought his first tribe. Tribes accessible to Alcaris are Thracians, so we're going to have some Peltasts, which are fantastic. Scythians, which are always nice. Majority Scythians here. And actually, I think it's literally just Scythians. Oh, we have Numidians in the northwest side of the map as well. So no Gauls, no Vandals, no Danes. I think, yeah. So the question about what direction we go in, I mean, going either straight across your immediately accessible stretch makes sense. Once either one of them discovers this internal peninsula, I think they're going to. I think who claims this peninsula is going to have a huge advantage if one gets the majority of it, because this is just going to be a coastal pipeline, uh, with tile buying and whatnot. The ability to access, reinforce, and pressure your opponent is going to be pretty wild. And of course, Alcaraz actually enjoys the luxury of, in his position in the tournament, in the ranking here, the way we set it up, he is now going to have map pick for the rest of the game. That's actually one of the reasons why I was kind of hoping to beat him, because I figured if Alcaraz won, then every game we're going to get, assuming he keeps winning, right, it was going to be tiny ultra wides. However, if I won, every game we got was absolutely going to be dual maps. So yeah, we're definitely going to get a larger selection, because Alcaraz is going to prefer to keep himself distant from his opponent, and that works to his personal advantage in terms of gameplay style. He took a whack on the settler here, which is unfortunate. Going to come in with a damaged city. That's not always ideal. I'll be curious if he opts to repair right away, or just decide to eat the turn anyway and go into the... Oh, he's going into a slinger. All right, but he is eating the turn. He's not going to bother to repair, which makes sense, because honestly, when repairing the city, you basically just lose that turn anyway, so you might as well just let it heal naturally at that point if you happen to take a whack from a barbarian on the way in.
The only thing I worry about is the discontent debuff. I mean, it's
Yeah,
gonna be, it's gonna
a little bit.
add up a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gets you faster to that next disconnect or happiness or unhappiness level.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it would be 6 extra turns of discontent as opposed to just 2. So yeah, of course, that's something to think about. I probably, in this very first city, I mean, of course, this is not ideal, right? You don't want to get the damage on that second city, but I would probably make the same decision as Alcaraz here and just say screw it and build the slinger, settler, or worker, whatever it is, and just get it moving. But I guess if it doesn't matter either way, then you might as well just repair it. We have our first upgrade. Carthage doing Carthage things already. And we'll need a couple of turns to get to a warlord. And let's go check out Rome, see what we're up to over in Rome. Rome has a really hurt warrior. This is another disadvantage of not going steadfast first, but we do have steadfast as a promotion, and we also have herbalist, which is unfortunate because both would be very useful right now in this current situation. I suspect we take steadfast and take the extra time healing up. We're doing 2 settlers here, so one of these guys is going to be ready before. And this is the other thing: if you're planning this is why I've become fond of champion openers here, because if you're really going to do the double settler spam right out of the gate, that opening steadfast, that extra militia, is crucial. Are we going to see a championless Rome?
No way. There's no way.
Didn't you do that against Alcaraz?
No, I did not. I definitely did
No.
not.
Somebody did that. Who did that? Somebody did that and won. Somebody played championless Rome. I think it was Blage. But we have patrons for the capital. We have landowners second city, which fine. Which, I mean, actually, no. I would have assumed second city.
I would have put champions on that city.
Yeah, get that militia that's going to help you clear. So he's going to have some clearing momentum issues. But now the question is, are we going to dump statesmen? Is that what we're doing?
No way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you're either dumping champions or statesmen. I think if anyone can go, I think if any nation can be champion free, any champ nation can be champion free, it can be Rome, because they have that 2 training everywhere. Pretty much every city is a military city. But I'll be surprised to see it.
I'll be shocked too.
Especially against Carthage, who they're going to have. Yeah. They're going to have tribals, and on a map such as this, it's entirely possible that Alcaraz could have a shitload of tribals. We're getting husbandry on the Romans as well. Very quick grab up of the husbandry. Looks like husbandry second tech. We got divination. So divination into husbandry. That's interesting. We have pastures in the region, so it does make sense. We'll get that food boost as well. Food boost early can be pretty useful if you're trying to do the settler spam strategy. Food boost effectively makes 2 extra settlers. can be useful to grab early when you have something like a schemer, so a high innate science boost. Grabbing those bonus cards is less painful. To take a look at the scouting potential here, we have pretty solid knowledge of our region as Rome, and if we dip on over to Carthage, we are looking at instead more of a straight shot across the way, and we're moving northward as well with the Rider Scout, or maybe I got that backwards, but either way, neither player has discovered the land bridge across the ocean yet. They are oblivious to that tactical piece of knowledge. Yes, and Aaron in chat is letting me know that it was Blage versus Fonder Cargo. Blage went championless Rome and beat the Greeks. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that. We do have statesmen down, so the full order system is operational for Carthage. You get 2 extra orders for riders right away, then a 3rd extra order for statesmen. So this is the most daunting thing about facing Carthage, even before you factor in the schemer orders, is that they effectively can start with an extra 3 orders right out of the gate, which can really compound over the life of the game. Grabbing Stone Boost, which is nice. That can be more slingers. That can be more shrines. We're getting a 2nd shrine in Carthago already. Shrine of Tanit for the culture. And the gold next to the 2 resources. Another settler. All right, yeah.
And now Alcaraz sees the middle barbarian site.
Yep.
So he might not be happy with that border boost, how it took the horses away. That city is gonna be very tiny.
He could always trade him back if he put the 2nd statesman city there. He can put the horses in that and without the family penalty, or he can just eat the family penalty. Do it early enough, and it won't matter later on when opinion becomes an actual concern. So you can always sell tiles if you need to. And that's I think, especially because you already have horses in the city, in case you plan to be building horse units from both locations, that's a prime tile to sell. The rest of it, yeah, might not be ideal. Let's take a look at Rome now. Rome still does not have a 3rd city yet. So we're a little bit behind there. And we're going to have to start clearing. Hopefully, this is the thing that sucks, actually. Schemers can't do the great trick of, one thing that I would do in the situation, he might not need to do this because he has Steadfast already, but if you're worried about clearing momentum, is you can use civilian body blocking and stuff, even when it comes to clearing tribes. So you could get your scout out here, take a whack from this thing, move this guy around, and work on the camp in the meantime. That way you can clear, get that momentum moving. However, if you're a schemer, you cannot do that because your scouts are perpetually invisible, and that's something that I can forget about.
They can be visible if they're on a city site.
They can, but that means like you can't use them to actually draw aggro. It can be like, so for example, this melee unit by the barb camp. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll walk a scout up here, let the melee unit aggro the scout, and then you bring your military unit over here, which is out of range of the aggro of the melee unit. That way you're not going 1 versus 2, you're still doing 2 versus 1, because even if you walk the scout away, the melee unit doesn't always immediately run back to start hitting your guy if he's far enough out of range. So it's a neat little micro way to clear camps with just the 1 unit, which can be tricky sometimes without champions or steadfast. But again, we do have steadfast now. But again, that's a trick that actually you can't do as a schemer. That's a little bit of a drawback of the schemer that you can't do. We're going up for the 3rd city now. This is the moment. Oh, 2nd patrons. Oh, we're gonna get. We don't know. We don't know.
We don't know. Oh no.
We still don't know what's gonna be brought in. We have landowners and patrons. The tension mounts. Tension mounts. That's so exciting.
I would have put Patreons, Tabua would be champions, and Duro would be statesman with the marbles. That's what I personally would have put. But he's seeing something that we're not seeing, and I cannot wait to find out.
Yeah, I definitely don't mind the double patrons here because one thing I like about this, it's not specific to patrons. I think there are certainly maybe better families to do this. Artisans one, landowners is another, sages. But the two cities of the same family type next to each other is always convenient because you can trade workers between them. You can trade tiles if you need to. You know, if you really want it to be cheeky, for example, and I'm not suggesting anybody do this, but if you really want it to be cheeky, for example, you could buy all of these tiles all the way down here to get another precious into the capital if you wanted to. So that's one of the things I think is really neat about the flexibility of going like two families directly next to each other along the border. So I definitely don't hate the patrons here, but I just find it fascinating because like we still don't know what his third family choice is going to be. If it's going to be champions, I suspect maybe he wants to put a champ seat on the water to secure a strong hub of building ships. That would be a guess there, and then that would mean we were cutting out statesmen. Now, let's take a look at the map, though. We have a double precious here, double precious here, with triple precious here. We have, didn't I see more? Another triple precious here. We have triple pearls. So I have to say,
All right, the scouts met.
Oh, they've met. They've met. So now they know it was Schemer. And by the way, Auro is doing his.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Retracting. Auro's scout is a schemer, therefore they could not have met.
Oh, they haven't met.
Right?
Right. Yeah, they haven't met.
They cannot have met.
That's wild. But they are both now discovering this peninsula here, which is, or isthmus rather. I guess suppose technically this would be an isthmus. So that's fun. But I have to say though, just to back on that thought, as far as maps to pick patrons, this is not a bad map. There's like 6 or 7 solid patron sites on this map. So Rome is going to have, in the mid game, Rome will very likely have access to more strong cultured cities than Carthage, which could come in clutch when it comes to unique strength 8 timing, 8 unit. Forgive me, 8 strength unit timing in the later game if it comes down to that. Yes, chat's correcting us. Yes, we got it. We know they didn't meet. We got ahead of ourselves. So they're adventuring together, but they cannot see each other, which is another fun little quirk of the schemer archetype. Rome is now going administration, which is a fantastic grab early. So this is an interesting tech path. I don't hate this. Divination into husbandry into administration. You being growth focused. We have sovereignty. We have hydraulics. We have a straight beeline here. Maybe he won't straight beeline for it, but we have, priority hydraulics for Auro here. I suspect labor force and navigation will be grabbed at some point. And then, of course, this collection of 3 laws here is an easy 4 laws at some point.
There aren't enough mountains on this map. I'm not seeing any really.
I know.
So having quarries, we're gonna have some flatland quarries.
Yep. So actually, on that note, we do have marble in near the capital, which is nice, and we have a flat bed of arid tiles right by these camels for both players. This is be a prime location once tile buying, or maybe if you build some, expand through like quarry specialists. But this would be a prime location for a quarry bed here. Of course, quarry is also around here. You get a little slower by the mountains. You could put quarries around your volcanoes. But yeah, very flat, open terrain in this map, which is good news for Rome, I think, with their movement bonus. Nothing to really come in and slow them down when it comes toward map-wide expansion and mobility, which is nice. And of course, that'll make the order difference less substantial if you're not being gummed up by mountains and forests and rivers. We actually don't even have that many forests on the map either. We have a decent chunk here, some up in this corner, and then a little bit spread out on the peninsula here. So a couple of nice patches of woods. I suspect 1 or 2 of those will get fully chopped, while another patch ends up becoming used for income. Going iron working on Carthage. So what'd we go? We went stone cutting first, Mill drill second, classic. He really wants his mill drill. So the one nice thing about Rome is that the impact of missing out on mill drill too early is softened a little bit, I think. We're on our fourth city now. We did get riders, and we did immediately purchase this. And this is what I like. We're going to call attention to this. We were talking about that horse in Zama.
Yes,
And
it's purchased.
yeah, he purchased it, but I also really like that he did it right away because again, the opinion malice on that for the statesman is something like -40 for 40 years. So, I mean, it's not insubstantial. You don't want to do too crazy with this. However, if you're going to tile buy, the best way to do it when swapping borders is to do as much of it you can as early as you can. That way, later on the turn, like 40, 30, 30, 40, 50 turns from now, when you're into conflict and you're worried about your political situation and managing your family, where it matters, all of that strategic planning you made early in the game for swapping tiles is that opinion has decayed away. Yes, lack of mountains can advantage Carthage, who has a pretty powerful trader's seat looking to come online. We have not improved any of the income sources yet, but there's no real rush on that. We're already making 423 gold per turn. Look at this. Oh, wow. This is the advantage of the court merchant here. Oh, this is actually going away in the next patch, right?
Yes,
Look
it
at it.
is.
Wow, talk about actually. Let's talk about that because we had some discussions about this. Who was it? It was
Yesterday.
Kitten, Fluffy, a couple of I can't forget who it was. Maybe Solver. I can't remember who it was. We were talking about this a little bit before this was officially put in, and the one thing that's nice about this change is that it highlights patrons a little bit better because patrons will be the only family that can bring in a courtier, which has lots of early game value. But then the other thing is, look at this. This is a 5 discipline courtier, so he's going to make an extra 100 gold off of that. And then he married this guy, so that's another 160 gold off of that. So that actually might end up translating to a decent trader's nerf because this is 260 gold per turn Alcaras would not have without that merchant being present. So that actually might be a decent, that might actually translate to a decent, not overwhelmingly powerful, but a stronger nerf than you might think.
Right. No, agreed with you on that one.
Yeah,
It's a
it was
really
solved.
strong nerf that will change the way that Carthage plays.
Yeah.
Going traders in the middle of nowhere,
Mm-hmm.
not gonna be a good idea anymore.
I think it will still pay off in some ways. When you have like 3 precious, I think is enough to justify that. But what the other elements about the courtiers is yes, you don't get the marriage because like here we are, right? Alcaraz married with his extra civics. He married the courtier on the very first turn, which also is boosting this opinion right now, right? He has
Which
endeared
is
and
also
loved.
the head of the family.
Yeah, head of the family. It's crazy, right? So all of these cascading benefits because the courtier became now, admittedly, that's a little bit luck, but this early in the game, it's literally like a 50-50 shot that the courtier is going to become head of the family. Like 50-50 shot, it's going to be head of the family, and 50-50 shot that it's going to match the gender that you can marry. So, I mean, that probably doesn't translate to an exact 50% odds of this particular situation happening, but it's not also exceedingly rare that you can get this. I've done this type of stuff all the time. So losing that tool in the toolbox is probably a nice touch. And then the last angle of it, he's tutoring.
Yes.
He's tutoring
That
with Hannah.
tutoring.
So you're gonna lose the tutor. So we're looking at cascading set. We are getting 260 gold. We have a husband. We have a massive opinion boost, and we have a tutored heir, all because of that one benefit. So yeah, I actually think as subtle as a nerf that actually might be a pretty decent one. I'm going to look forward to seeing and exploring a courtier-less traders family moving forward. Yeah, so we have an acolyte rushed in Carthago. We're already developed. It looks like he did it with his civics, of course, because the schemer is governing there. But of course, you're Carthage. You can just spit civics at every single thing that you ever want to do. It doesn't matter. So he's definitely not risking. He didn't like. I wager he did not enjoy. Yeah, we already did one acolyte. It looks like we've done another. This mountain must have been hard built. Looks like he did not enjoy not having Zoroastrianism last game. And so Auro, what progress are we making here? We do have a shrine up. We're going for ranchers. So it looks like, I like this. We did straight into husbandry. We're already building a rancher. So this tells me that Auro saying, I'm not even going to compete with Carthage over Zorro. It's going to be theirs. He got the shrine for the politics. He got the shrine for the paganism, which makes sense. You want to get that early opinion early. But he's also saying, I do want a world religion, and I want that early as well. So we're going to go for ranchers and not even risk competing with Carthage over that. We did another landowner. The Tsar.
Another landowner? What? Why?
What?
How?
What is
I guess
the
maybe
third family
he's
going to be?
maybe he's trying to get it so
Super forward
the
settled
inner
champion city?
families, yeah, maybe he's trying to get the inner families to be farming families and then
Yeah.
deeper into the map. That's what I'm thinking right now.
I think he's exploring more. I think I'm with Aaron on this one as well. Aaron just commented this on chat as well, and I'm thinking the same thing. I'm thinking either he's very specifically thinking champions. Yep, he has the label right here, champions. Okay, so my guess is what he did was he scouted heavily and wanted to find a strong strategic position for his champ seat rather than just plopping it down first chance you get, which of course is a choice, and it's an interesting choice, and I like the idea behind it, because especially if he puts champions in this location, not only is it the bottleneck into your empire, it also is going to be your highest and best military production seat with access to both oceans. This is pretty clever, and I actually think it's going to be an interesting to see if it pays off, the decision to delay that 50% champ boost for a very specific curated site. So again, if we look at where we've scouted, Auro made an intentional decision to scout his entire starting region, and I really think that was to try and find the perfect. He was probably searching for more iron. That could have been another decision, like, do I have any double iron or triple iron on the map? Also, tactical resources, like, I want to settle champs at a horse. I want to settle champs around an elephant, things like that. Camel would be good too. Really, really liking this play, although he's going to have some trouble clearing this, I think. We'll have to keep an eye on this. He does have a unit nearby, so, I mean, he could probably do this. He has enough movement that he can just go back and forth and keep healing, so he'll be fine. Really interesting decision from Auro there, like that. Yeah, both oceans are going to be super useful there. He can pick and choose where he dumps his fleet, and all of that's going to be boosted by champ production. So I think that's going to end up, we'll see if it really pays off, but I think it has the potential to come in very clutch for Auro in the future of this match when naval production values are going to play a role in this game. So yeah, man, we're doing champ seat settle 5th city. That's rare. I don't think you see that all that often, but holding it in the tank, deciding to find the right strategic location for it. That's a bold play from Auro, and I hope it pays off, because I think you do lose some clearing momentum by not getting them out early. But I definitely am behind the thinking of this tactic, if nothing else. I support the idea 100%. I think it's a clever idea, and we'll see if it actually works out for him. I always love when players do creative stuff rather than like, it's very easy to fall in the patterns of optimization of like, well, clearly you got to do this, and then you have to do that, and you fall into these patterns of the right thing to do. But I always love creativity from our players, and it's just so satisfying when it gets rewarded. So hopefully Auro gets rewarded for the decision. We have a second rancher coming down, so in 3 turns we will have
rancher.
Yep, and this is going to be a landowner's rancher as well. So both of these guys are going to come out in pretty decent time. The capital rancher was only 4 turns. This is a 3-turn rancher. So we're going to have Judaism on turn 24 for the Romans. In fact,
I mean, the way I look at it right now, a Judaism on turn 25,
yeah, 25. It will be 25. Yeah,
fast. That's fast. That's not a, that's,
that's
I mean,
fast. Yeah,
you can
that's
say
pretty solid,
stronger, yeah.
especially when you're not someone like the Hittites or Persia. So that's pretty
Right.
decent grab. And I mean, I don't hate why I'm trying to. I have my hotkeys. Let me do the hockey way. Yeah. Also, in this, it's a growth rancher, right? This growth rancher, we're popping borders. I mean, I guess we're landowners, so we could have just purchased this, but saves us a tile buy. We're gonna get some solid growth from Kapua, and maybe we even get an extra order by doing a quick rancher on the horse. So yeah, I mean, I like what I'm seeing out of Oro here. He does have an economic and civic, and actually they're both at 14 orders per turn right now, which is amazing and fantastic. Why? I'm not really sure.
Take a look at how many times both players have used the schemer ability.
All right, let's check that
Alcaraz
out.
has used it 14 times.
Woof. All right. That's going to be a product of all of the massive horde of tribal buying we're seeing. He was much more liberal in his previous game against myself. He only bought 4 tribal units, of course, much smaller map, and only spent the orders, the schemer orders. I think he said something like 8 times in the whole match. So now he's already used it 14 times. Did he say 8? I can't remember because that seems low, but he's already at 14 times in 22 turns in this match. And he has one. Well, actually, I can tell right here. I can use this. Everybody, I don't think even like experienced players know this, because I've seen people like Soren or whatever ask about, oh, how many tribes you buy? It's in the stat stream, guys. If you go to your record, you go mercenary tribe units. This will tell you how many mercs either nation has bought. So I noticed that in my game where I was Persia and the Orator, there was this couple of times that the casters had a question about, oh, how many orders? The stat, and then actually I've heard Alcaras talk about it, where he's like guesstimating based off of like how much of like his income and like how much he's spending on tribal. Guys, it's literally listed right here. So Alcaraz has purchased 6 tribes so far. So he's already has more tribes and more schemer orders purchased in this game than his previous game. But again, of course, this is a larger map. That could come back to haunt him, though, because a larger map could mean a longer game, which means more schemer order buying could haunt him in the future. What do we have? Who has labor force? Labor force. Oh, we have freedom. Yeah, wow. Freedom on the Carthaginians. And we have no laws yet on the Romans. Forgive
Well,
me.
that's what usually happens when you don't have statesmen.
Yeah. Yep. And also, I mean, we're getting navigation super early for Alcaraz, so this is pretty crisp tech path. We get stone cutting right away because we don't want to ignore our quarries. We get mill drill because we want to get up our military, complex moving into labor force, into navigation for the orders and the laws. And I mean, this is a well-oiled machine at this point. He did get administration at some point as well. Not too bad either, which also sets us up for sovereignty. So, I mean, he's well-practiced at this point. He's got a system. If we look at all of his games in the tournament so far, he's gotten military drill anywhere between, I think, turn 14 and turn 20. It's pretty much always his second or third tech. So, yeah. He has a system. He's sticking to it. Workers are coming online. 2 sites cleared. Any settlers in the tank at the moment? No settlers for Carthage at the moment. We have 1 coming online. So 2 sites cleared with 1 settler coming out. Now let's do a comparison of that on Rome. We have 1 site cleared and a settler out already. And I think both players are on 4 cities, right? Yep, both players are 4 cities. So Rome will get their 5th city down first, it seems like. And they have another settler on the way. And I'll be curious. This is going to be an interesting question for the Romans, and I mean both nations. Actually, no, not both nations, because Carthage is already clearing their full side of the map. They are not advancing further towards their opponent yet. They are doing a full clear of their side of the map. They've opted to go north and into this plains and forested region. And so I expect Alcaraz will continue on that game plan, clear his side of the map, and then start worrying about these crossings. I think it will be curious to see what Rome decides to do here, because he could continue to advance, securing more of the crossing, but he's going to have that age-old issue of dealing with the fact that he has a heavy tribal presence in his core that he will have to divert his attention to clear at some point. Spoked wheel from the Romans.
All right, there we go.
That's a choice,
move.
and it's a choice I don't hate.
I mean, his options are drama, forestry, and
Let's
monasticism.
grab the settler.
Let's just take a look real quick.
Guys.
Would it be valid to go land consolidation here?
Well, it's always fun. I don't see much in the way of groves. There's one here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Do we have a 6? We have a 6, but that's kind of far away.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
Maybe.
definitely. If you look to the
Oh,
north.
no, 6. Yeah, 6. Okay. Yeah.
If you look in the middle, land consolidation honestly would be not a bad idea here.
Yeah, honestly, and we have landowners. So, and one thing that my rough guesstimate for a landowner beeline is like 6-ish groves in the region. We do have that, but they're scattered about. But 3 of them is actually in the landowner's seat, so we can tile buy up here and get all of these groves into the landowner's seat and churn out those gardeners real quick. So landowners, land consolidation could pay off. We have camels in the capital, which is always fun. Elephants by the state seat, and if we grab this settler that's on its way, sorry, the champ seat, if we grab the settler that's on the way to the champion seat, this horse is going to end up in the champ seat. So we're going to have, I think what is that? A champ seat on horse is 5-turn chariots? Question mark? 4-turn chariots? Does anybody know off the top of their head? It's not 6. I think it's 5 or 4. So that's going to be delightful. Well, actually, I can do the math right now. I bring up my calculator here. 80. I think champ seat is what? 14? Training?
Champ seat is 12.
12.
But
no, on Rome.
On
oh,
Rome,
wait, so Rome is 15 training.
15.
Yeah, okay, so that is a 5-turn chariot, I believe.
Yeah, which is going to be wonderful to have.
The first one will be 6, but from then on, due to overflow, it will be 5. Fun times.
All right, looks like they finally have met. They both know what each other is having. Add to the fun is that Auro has warlike.
Auro has warlike now. Fantastic. Oh, that will be a 5-turn chariot then. 5-turn swift chariots. That's fantastic. That's a great grab. Great grab early. And yes, someone in chat saying, my brilliant powers of deduction have deduced that Alcaras beat Scientific yesterday. Yes, indeed, and we do have a quick turnaround. Amusingly enough, I actually spoke with Auro earlier this week when I was mulling my decision to surrender the match, and I actually did check with him in private to see if he was around to face Alcaras this weekend, since Alcaras had scheduled the time for a match anyway. So yeah, in the interest of kind of keeping the tournament action moving and the excitement going, there was a little bit of coordination on that front to keep everything moving along, and Auro was happy to be on standby. It wasn't definitive at the time of our conversation that I would be surrendering, but I told him I very likely only had 1 session left in me, even if I did play yesterday and Saturday, and I decided to surrender anyway. But yeah, so I had Auro on standby for all of your entertainment, and we did not do Wonder coverage. Thanks, chat. Let's do Wonder coverage at the moment. We have the Oracle, Hanging Gardens, Lighthouse, Apodato, the Jebel, always a strong grab. That's in here. We have the Museum. We have the Chthon. Both Museum is popular, but the Chthon could be interesting. Colossus, I would really like to see somebody grab the Colossus at some point. A, it's pretty good, but then B, it's been brought to my attention recently. Even I was not aware of this. Apparently, the Colossus event, which has something like a 25% chance to fire, can actually jump you immediately to legendary, and that to me just blew my mind when I found that out. I did not know that existed. So if you get the Colossus early, that gives you like a 25% chance of instantly getting a legendary city, which of course would go on to secure us the Circus Maximus, the Pantheon, the Riorectus suit, and of course my personal favorite but never used enough because it's hard to actually pay off in the setting, the Colosseum.
Okay, I'm gonna pause you right here for a second. This is wonderful. Auro has the mysterious sword. And if
Oh!
you look near Bononia, Alcaraz saw that both warriors are really low on health, and he decided to be a little bit cheeky and bought one of the
Aha!
Scythians.
He's buying some Scythians. He is being cheeky. Now, I kind of, I have to admit, I don't like this. I think this is a waste of money from Alcaraz. You just, I mean, I guess he does know that neither of these warriors are champions. Although one of them has steadfast, so I mean,
He only was seeing one. So at the time when
oh,
he
okay,
bought it, he was
okay,
only
yeah,
seeing one
yeah.
warrior.
And now they're the
It had
militia.
like 5 health.
Yeah, so this is actually this tickles me. I like this. I think it's fun, but also it just got whacked, right? So
It got double
it's out
whack.
of dodge. Now, what I would like to see is I want to see Auro try to hunt this down. If Auro was quick enough and caught that, he will know that that thing's about to die. So I would actually like to see this militia go hunt this thing down. This is explored, so this militia would be able to move this full range of movement and go hunt this thing down. We'll see if Oro decides to do this. Of course, they are. Are they on simultaneous? No, they're not on simultaneous anymore. So that will be exciting. That could be first blood there. And yeah, I think it's funny that Alcaraz bought this, but I did get, I'm tickled by it because I think that he just threw money away on that, which is, good for Carthage. Burn your money, waste it. I freaking can't stand Carthage. So I am unabashedly rooting against Carthage. I'm not rooting against Alcaraz, but I'm rooting against Carthage. My hope was to go on a Carthage killing spree for the remainder of my tournament. I was very bummed to have. I was actually thrilled that Alcaraz won because it's always nice when Alcaraz gets a win. But I just resent losing to Carthage at this point. It's like a personal mission I have to try to never let that happen. But it still does because Carthage does Carthage stuff. Another
Only keep
scout in Roma.
cartridging.
And 2 more settlers. Okay, and we have a warrior coming online. Spoke wheel in
That
4
is what he
turns.
needs right now. For sure. Is he gonna hunt it down? He cannot see where the horse went. And he
Yeah, but
probably doesn't want to risk.
I want him to hunt it down. Be bold. Go for it. You know where it is.
Looks
And if
like
you saw the
the second
damage.
Scythian site is gonna be a Patreon site, which is I'm unsure about that move, but it is a move nonetheless.
Where we have it. What one are you seeing?
Right of Bononia.
Oh, he has this marked as a patron site? You
As
see
a
it? Oh, I see it.
Patreon.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Well, one thing I do like about that is culture. This is going to get him a strong city by the time it matters. So his champ seat. What he does need to do is he needs to make sure he gets culture into his champ seat. So I'd like to see this city that gets settled, if it does get settled patrons, I'd like to see the luxury get sent to Bononia immediately to try and get that culture ramping
Right.
up. And then maybe even if these borders collapse, sell these groves to Bononia as well to increase that base culture output. Really nice scouting here, though. I really like that we have 2 scouts from the Romans. I'm wondering if one of these was a free scout from an event because I kind of did lose track of the build queues a little bit. We have a 3rd scout coming out. So this is really great. This makes me wonder, with 3 scouts and a spoke wheel grab, if we're going to see an early portcullis.
He definitely made that scout because of the family. The family
Oh,
is
yeah. Okay.
landowners. While his main scout is Patreon, so that is a built scout. He's
What are you
very
thinking?
much valuing vision.
You thinking with 3 scouts hard built, 2 scouts hard built on the map, spoke wheel being grabbed early, you think we're going to see an early portcullis? It's not marked.
I mean, maybe.
Possible.
I'm not sure how it's gonna be helpful. Since
Yeah. We'll look at
get
science
him
in
the
the capital.
stirrups eventually.
17 science in the capital. Yeah. I mean, that's going to grow. Actually, in fact, let's do a little bit of stat comparison at this stage. We're on turn 26.
Wow, that's a lot of science on Alcaraz.
43 science per turn to 36. So there's been a lead. We're at 200 science ahead of Rome at the moment. Not too bad. Not too bad. Not insurmountable. There's some time to catch up on that. Orders. We have
I would say
480 orders.
that's around 2 texts worth of
Yeah.
science.
19 orders in Carthage to 16 on Rome, and an extra 130 total spent by Carthage thus far in the game, because the more buying, more schemer buying has been happening. And of course, Carthage doing Carthage things, blowing away the military score early because of all of those tribals. So we'll see if that becomes an issue later on. Let's check out improvement count as well. Alcaras has 12 improvements to 9 at the stage of the game. Text discovered 7 to 5. Hi, buddy. And Carthage actually has produced a military unit, and Rome hasn't, which I find fascinating. 5 workers in Carthage to Rome's to Auro's 1 are already off to a strong economic start for our boy Alcaras. We did not elect to hunt down this. Oh, but we really can't. You can force march it. Do it. Do it. You found it. Kill it. Yes. First blood. First blood.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming. Thank you
First
for
blood
wasting your
militia
money.
killing a tribal. Thank you for wasting your money, wasting your orders. I mean, I guess we kind of wasted a little bit of orders as well, but that's still satisfying nonetheless.
Okay, looks like the heir for Uro is a tactics student.
Okay. Feels a
Very
little early
interesting.
for that, but I mean, if we're gonna chariot rush, then never mind. Maybe it won't be.
Right.
And what do we got in
I mean,
Carthage?
would
We
be
already
very
have a zealot in
interesting. Pick a
Carthage
tiny
because
map.
screw this game. That's all everyone ever does is build zealots. God damn it!
Are you for real? Tell me you're lying.
Zealot in Carthage. So
Oh
I mean, good
no.
luck. I mean, hopefully, who knows? Maybe Rome will get a zealot too, and we can get zealot and zealot action, and it won't matter. But
And they
if
just keep recruiting the same unit over and over and over.
yeah, we actually saw that in the Auro versus Mojo match. I think 2 or 3 turns back to backs. Somebody recruited a pikeman, and then the other player recruited that same pikeman, and then the player recruited the pikeman back. It was like 3 enlists in a row. It was hilarious. So certainly a possibility, but of course, if Auro doesn't get a zealot, attacking into Carthage could become tricky with enlist on the table. One turn away from navigation for the Carthaginians. We have a settler coming up to settle a 5th
That's
city.
definitely gonna be a writer's.
Yep. Yeah, it looks
That
like
has to be a
no, it's
writer's
states.
seat.
It's marked as states.
No way. I mean, there are double elephants over there.
He doesn't seem to care. We're going states and states, both locations. He wants the orders.
Interesting.
Prioritizing the orders here. Prioritizing that order economy. And then navigation is going to come next turn. He will be able to adopt it immediately. Alcaraz' order economy is going to be insane. He's 2 turns away from another settler. His ambitions are interesting. He has 6 urbans, enact tyranny. I think he doesn't have enough space to get Katir anymore. So I don't think he's going to get that enact Zorro ambition. I think after you already have 2 ambitions, you no longer become eligible for it. But it might be 3. I don't remember.
It looks like the scout for Uro is out. He looked at his signs just to take a quick look, see what he should do. He went back to Spooked Wheel. And that's a critical. And that city in sight is getting demolished.
Oh yeah, no Judaism yet. Actually, yeah. So no 25 Judaism because we both forgot the fact that
Labor
Rome's going to have to
force.
get labor force. Yeah. So that'll be a ways away. Nice crit though. Yep. Nice indeed. Patrons.
That was a beautiful crit.
I like the label by the Numidian site, champs with a question mark. Yeah, probably. This horse is well. That's the one thing I like to think about is like when I'm thinking about champs because it can be tricky to figure out. Oh well, where am I supposed to put this outside of the seat? Horses I think are always a good grab. Any type of strategic resource like camels or elephants are always a good grab. something that could get you a nice unit that's worth producing, that is expensive. Elephants are expensive. Camels can be expensive. And of course, horses can be expensive as well. So
Right. And we have the Sword of God unlocked for Uro.
very, very nice. Unfortunately, he is fighting Numidians at the moment, so that's not going to pay off. In fact, most of the tribes on his side of the map are all horses. So but it will keep him
Yes.
safe. If I mean, I guess actually, how many infantry does Carthage have?
A good amount. Um,
Five, five infantry,
half of their army
half of the army. Yeah.
is
So can we grab this Sword of the Gods and see how much damage it would do? 7 to this elite Peltask. I already have a 6 strength unit because Carthage.
just
Um,
Carthage things. Don't worry about it. Just Carthage.
yeah, it's just Carthage, being Carthage. You can tell that someone on the dev team, Solver, was a fan of Carthage when this nation was getting designed. Because man, is it stacked.
Carthage, historically speaking, was very stacked of a nation
Oh yeah.
when it comes to just how it functioned.
All right, we're finally getting our extra income resources online, but of course, I mean, no need at this point. We have 588 money per turn. Like, really, it just traders just makes the starting economy irrelevant. I played a game as the Hittites one where I got stone cutting on turn 58 because I just had traders as a capital. I just didn't need stone cutting for the first half of the game. That wasn't a duel, mind you, but still, it's just what you can get away with from traders is funny sometimes. We're getting garrisons. We're going hardcore into garrisons everywhere. We already have one up. We already have 2 up. So yeah, Alcaras, well practiced, well oiled machine. That's another thing I'm curious is I don't know. Auro has arguably, I think, been waiting for an opponent longer than anyone else in the tournament so far, in terms of when he was eliminated, apart from Klaus Koala, of course. Klaus will very likely wait the longest of anybody. But actually, no, I would say that's not technically true because Klaus played at least one more game after his game with Oro and then started waiting for an opponent. But Oro has been waiting for an opponent since he was brought down to an elimination. And I think he's the player in the tournament so far that might have the longest gap of playtime in the tournament. So my big question here is he well rested? Is he well practiced? Is he ready for a tournament match? Has he been playing regularly, practicing regularly? I don't know. He'd asked me for a game once in the last couple months, and I unfortunately had to decline. So that makes me think that maybe he has been practicing. So it'll be interesting to see, his first game back after a long absence in the tournament. We now have a scout on each leg of the map, which I really appreciate from Oro here. Very solid vision, getting these scouts out there, getting them. And that's the other thing. One thing I like about the ultra wide inland seas, in fact, I almost picked this style of map, not tiny, it would have been a duel, but against Alcaras himself in our map. And the reason why I like it is because it makes for very solid defensible choke points, which I think can have good strategic value. Because there's just only the one land route to your opponent, and then you obviously have to worry about the ocean if you choose to worry about it. Beck is telling us that Oro's last tournament match may very well have been on November 5th. Yeah, so it's been quite some time since he played a tournament match. Again, I don't know if he's been practicing. I don't know if his practice has been live network tournaments or if they've been in duels, rather, or if they've been in cloud. So, whereas Alcaraz is fresh off of a game yesterday, and boy, was he on his game. Not yesterday, but last week. Boy, was he on his game last weekend. So, be curious to see that pan out. We're getting husbandry now from the Carthaginians. I'll be very curious. We do not, well, of course, we don't have any pastures up yet, but I'll be very curious if once those pastures come up, if Alcaraz tries to secure Judaism as well. I don't really think he has to, but sometimes it can be fun to troll your opponent.
Well, for Uro at the moment, that militia is dead. That's not ideal for him.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but
Actually, no, it should be fine. It should be fine. It's right now Alcaraz' turn, then Auro,
oh yeah,
then
Alcaraz is
the.
first. Yeah, Alcaraz is first. So, yeah,
Sorry for misleading everyone.
we'll never forgive you, Nazar. We'll never forgive you. I don't know how
I
we'll
won't forgive
recover.
myself either.
All right, few more years to determine if we get a zealot for the Romans as well. Oh, I do have to say though, a zealot on Rome would be spicy because you get the compounding movement
But
effect.
is it like five? I think it's five of them, right? And add Swift to it. That's six.
Yes, I agree, Beck. Beck makes a comment, and we're gonna, Alcaraz loves to come back and watch these commentaries, so this is with full compliments, my friend. But Beck's comment reads, Alcaraz is playing at the top of his game. It's really something to see compared to his gameplay now versus some of his Fluffy Bunny and Scion duels from earlier this year. And I agree. If you on my channel, there's a couple of games. I think he's the person I played the most, right? And I think there's 3 or 4 games of us playing private duels before the tournament ever happened on my channel, and they were good games, but I won every single one, right? And like there were certain mistakes made, like, oh, I should have done this, I should have done that, whatever. And I don't think he played. I don't remember if he played Carthage in any of those games. But and now, yeah, man, he is on fire. And I think that's been endemic to the whole tournament. I think everyone who's played in the tournament
All right.
skill level has increased, which has been nice to see. What do we got, Nazar?
So we have Spooked Wheel finished for
Mhm.
Uro. Right now he has the option between Free Worker, Border
Oh,
Boost, and Rhetoric. He went
unfortunate.
with Labor Force. But
Unfortunate.
get this, he left a note for himself to switch to Border Boost.
Yes.
He is holding the Border Boost, so he
Okay.
can found one more city
Okay.
before he goes for Border Boost.
That's unfortunate because that does risk losing out on Judaism timing. If you worry about it, I was thinking about maybe he was grabbing labor force intentionally here. But we also have another note down from Auro, which I really love because we're building units in our champ seat, but we also want the ability to build horses, right?
Goes
So
for
we,
Border Boost.
yep. So we have a note here saying send worker to champ's pasture, right? Towards his core, which I appreciate. I think that's key. I think, if you're not going to take the time to build a worker, you really need to get a nearby worker. I mean, he doesn't have a large amount of workers in his kingdom yet. He's still doing crazy settler stuff. So, I mean, that's going to be interesting to watch out for because I think Alcaraz is going to have a leg up on expansion and development here. We're going to do a check on those improvement counts in a couple more turns. I'm not going to do it right away. I just did it a couple turns ago. But we'll watch that pacing. We have a worker coming out in Londinium, worker coming out in Petra. We are fully connected with the exception of our champ seat, going warrior in our champ seat again, which does make sense, 3-turn warrior. But we want to start building out some chariots as quickly as we can. Switch to border boost. Yes, that is the note that Nazar called out, and we
So
do have Petra
training
down.
wise, it's 19.5 training per turn
Yes.
for Rome, for the Rome capital.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a
It's
4
more
turn.
like
Well, after the first chariot, or actually, wherever the overflow is going to be, once the chariots are lined, that's basically a 4-turn chariot, and that's
right.
delightful. That's delightful.
We have an extra settler incoming in 4 turns, and he has an extra settler standing in Londinium who can't really go anywhere.
Yep. He's going to need some
And we have
clearing.
a global drought.
Okay. Let's see who is
Ain't that
impacted
fun?
more. Alcaraz is hit more by the drought so far. Alcaraz is now at -22 food per turn compared to Rome's 39 food. And it does look like, I mean, Alcaraz had the income to float this, but still, nice tax there for your Carthaginian counterpart, who is going to just be vomiting money all over the place with their trader's seat. So, I mean, it's nice to know that the drought would, I mean, of course, there's no way Auro would actually know this himself, but it's a nice result to see that Auro is weathering the drought. Not even just weathering it, he has 39 food per turn. He's doing fantastic with food income in the middle of the drought, and we have a -22 food income for Alcaraz, so he's going to have to start dipping into his income reserves to keep his food where he needs it to be. So that's good news for Rome. Fortuitous drought sent by the gods to curse the heathen opponents. Love to see it.
We are gonna be 6-6 cities wise next
Yep.
turn for Alcaraz, unless he tries to rush. But I don't think he's gonna rush that unit or force march it.
Nope. Let's do another
Hold
schemer
sway.
order check. 13 times used for the schemer button for the horse, Cato the pioneer, and Romans. And if we look at Carthage, 14. Okay, so they're actually used at the same amount of time. A lot of heavy early bursts from Alcaras and more measured. Oh, we could get a Grand Vizier. Wait, no, what? I did that wrong. No, we could. Never mind. Never mind. I read that event wrong. Oh, interesting. Okay, the drought had not kicked. Interesting. Is that
It just kicks in
turn-based?
for them. Yes.
Oh, so it hits one player first and then the second player. That's fascinating.
It's like the border boost is over. We have the chance between trapping, Porticellis,
Now,
Monasticism, and free exotic fur.
I like
So
trapping here. I
guy
have to
has
say,
to.
though, we have good connection. And in terms of strategic movement towards the front line, towards your opponent, Rome is in a much better position now because that border boost has gotten him a solid coastal pipeline to Petra. I mean, he just needs to do some collapsing along this front, but even if he doesn't, just building a road to Bononia will allow him to coast down to Bononia, then coast from the south side over to Petra. Really solid. If we look on the Carthaginian side, he's doing more core focused expansion, going northward, making sure he doesn't have to clear these tribals later on. And he has not yet set up any central secured route. And of course, Carthage is forced to burn the border boost early due to their starting tech.
Auro's expansion is actually pretty good, and to make it even more fun for you, Roma is gonna be strong in 3 turns.
That's delightful. That's delightful. We have 300 stone in the bank. We need more quarries, but that gives us options here. How far is Carthago? Carthago is 25 turns away. Rome, if they so choose. This is one of the real benefits of a patron's capital here. We don't see it leveraged enough. Maybe, hopefully we'll be able to see it leveraged in this game. We won't be too hard on Auro because he doesn't have his stone. Oh, and he's selling some stone income now, which is unfortunate. But he doesn't have a massive stone income at this point. But he does have about a 20-turn window, let's call it that. Yeah, about a 20-turn window where he will have dibs on the museum if he wants it. And I guess that's all. The other two strong. I mean, the Acropolis could work as well, but yeah, the museum would be the big grab there. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that and see if Auro has the wherewithal to secure the museum and rob it from Alcaraz. I'm pretty sure that's another thing that Alcaraz has had the comfort in nearly every game of his. Certainly the ones that he won. I know you put a lot of early pressure on him in his game against you, but I'm pretty sure he's built the museum in every game that he's won so far. So Auro denying that would be very lovely.
Looks like we have Alcaraz going with Rhetoric. He had the chance between Polis, Composite Bow, Monasticism, and Rhetoric is the way that he's headed. That would give him the 4 laws he need to be able to build those elephants.
Yep. So we can get early elephants. We have early 6 strength units already from the tribals. We have navigation already. So let's take a look at that order discrepancy and do some stat checking on turn 31 already. We're going to have a massive order discrepancy. Oh, gross. Nope, that's money. Sorry. That's money. Still, pretty gross. 28 orders per turn, plus or minus work returns, compared to Rome's 17. So Rome going to have to start building garrison. They just have their first law now-ish. So we want to see garrison getting up. That's going to put a damper on Wonder Time because you really want to get those orders running around. We have now a Actually, the order gap between the two players in terms of totals has shrunk a little bit, but still a gap of 110 orders for the Carthaginians here in terms of orders spent across the entire game at this point. And now there is a sizable order lead for the Carthaginians, 10, well over 10 point orders per turn. And I'll do a stat check on the improvement points, improvement built at this stage as well. We have now 19 to 14, so Rome's keeping up pretty well, but I know there are more workers in Carthage. What are we looking at? 6 to 3. And now Carthage had that better order economy. So we'll check back around turn 40 or 50 for improvement counts again and see how Auro is stacking up. Overall, though, I think he's playing a pretty decent Rome game. The champion delay was interesting. I don't think, we'll have to see if it comes back to haunt him, but I don't think it was the worst idea. And he's going to be, I think he'll make quick work of these tribals now that he actually has champs up and running. He still is a schemer. He's going a little backwards. He's definitely, now that wait, what can he see? I'd like this scout here by the Numidian site from Rome to advance back towards Carthage, because I think what I would like to know in this situation is, even this scout as well, I want to know when Carthage hits these sites, these three Thracian sites on these isthmus, like extending towards me, because that will let me know, while also counting, the total city sites between the two of us. That will inform me when Carthage has fully expanded. So that's where I would like my eyes as Rome right now. We are getting trapping, though, and that's a good grab. Always want to make sure you get trapping early on if you can. Don't delay it too much. Not having ranged units is just a nightmare. We're getting walls in Petra. I don't know what's happening. Is this autonomous? No, it's not. We're actually building walls here. Why? That's a misplay. And we didn't send the luxury to the champ seat. No big deal, but I would love to have seen that. We are getting our pasture up and running. The walls, I mean, we're planning on expanding more, right? You should expand, I would say, because this is the center, right? So there's one on this side, one on this side, city sites, I mean. I think you would want to, especially now that we have the peninsula, which is another reason why I want to see this scout move up. I think I would just expand the whole way. Of course, you're going to get raided from the north and the south by doing that, so that could be problematic. But screw it. We're Rome and we're champions. Don't like the walls. It could be another worker. I mean, because, like, the goal here, the other issue with this walls, with the walls for Auro, if you're watching, the goal here is that Petra never gets attacked. And if Petra does get attacked, the goal is you kill whatever's attacking Petra. That's what my fundamental issue with walls is. Not that walls are never useful. They can come in handy, and I do think they make sense to build from time to time. But finding out when and how and where that actually translates and makes sense, in my opinion, is incredibly difficult, because you either want better eco development, so this could be another worker or a specialist or something. Or even I'd take a treasury over a wall, to be totally honest. I would rather have a treasury than a wall at this stage in the game. So there's that thing. But then the other thing is, you want to be winning in the field. If you're relying on walls, you're already in a bad enough position, because that means you're losing a battle or you're retreating. So it's making walls work for you, I think, is really, really tricky to pull off. The question from the chat: do contestants get to see the entire map ahead of time, or just starting position? Players do not know what the map is. So they load in fresh and they see their starting location like anyone would when starting up a new game. How we do it here, though, is depending on position in the tournament. One player gets to decide if they want pick order, so if they want to pick first or pick second. And then they also get to decide if they will either want to do that or if they want to pick the map. And whatever decision that they make, the other player gets the opposite decision. So Alcaras chose to pick the map, which gave him the ability to choose a tiny ultra-wide inland sea. So Auro, on the other hand, did not get any say in what map we're playing on. And so you don't know the map, but you can get prepared in terms of faction picks or whatever, of like what lands, like if you play on coastal rain basin a bunch, you kind of know what the maps tend to spit out. Or, like me, you get unlucky and you get a bunch of mountains out of nowhere, because the last 10 generations I made of coastal rain basin were all very vast, flat land, open, forested terrain. Yeah, it's heavy on the forest usually, but not that. There was a lot of mountains on that map, a lot more than I was expecting. Not mountains, but hills. So that slows me down a bunch. But yeah, so that's how we do it. And in this game, Oro took. Actually, Oro gave Alcaras first pick. So Alcaras picked the map, and then he got first pick of the nation. He picked Carthage.
I mean, to me, I find it to actually be a very smart move to give Alcaraz the first pick here, unless if you are sitting here as Uro going, okay, I want to go Carthage, then you gotta take that first pick. But what if the line of thinking I would say that Uro may have thought was, what if Alcaraz changes his mind, doesn't go Carthage? I'm not gonna go Rome first pick
Yeah.
against Carthage.
I mean, why? I think that's a fantastic pick.
Uh,
Rome has been doing very
Rome.
well against Carthage.
I'm sorry, I meant to say, like, I'm not gonna go first pick as Rome when I don't know for guaranteed that it's
Yeah.
gonna be Carthage.
Yeah.
Okay, what if it's Babylon? What if he changes his game plan and goes Babylon against Rome?
Yeah.
Yeah, have fun with that on a tiny map.
Yeah,
Definitely gonna lose. You're just gonna get out scienced.
or Egypt. Egypt would
So
be rough, I think. Egypt could be rough.
very.
Don't want to deal with mounted lancers when coming at you when your whole shtick is melee. Oh, I mean, I guess they have Testudo, but still, I mean, mounted lancers are just frightening.
Testudo forts. Just put a lot of it everywhere and hope for the best.
Yeah, I mean, it will be interesting to see if forts come up in this, because, like I said, the thing about the inland seas and the wider perspectives, right? Again, I almost picked this myself. I did a couple of practice sessions, because on the ultra wides, you really only get like these 4 tiles. Now, in this case, we have a third route to each opponent, which is fascinating to me. But imagine if this was just an open sea, right? Well, then what we're looking at on like a city site down here is 5 tiles, and up here, 5, 6 tiles. So very easily defensible positions.
It looks like drama is picked for Alcaraz. 57 science
Finally getting labor force on the
board.
Romans.
2 years or 2 turns for drama. That's not bad at all.
Science is picking up a little bit for the Romans. It's 57 science for Alcaraz to 40 for Oro. The gap is now 300 science between the two players. So again, not insurmountable. You can come from behind in this situation. Of course, always daunting to be against what you know to be a strong eco player like Alcaraz. You need to have a game plan where your science is going to spike if you're going into the long game, because Alcaraz's science is only going to get larger and larger. So you want to close that gap as best you can. Soren Johnson saying if he was at Oro, he would push to control 2 lanes as quickly as possible. I can get behind that assessment. We are south here with the Warriors. The question is, are we going to pivot and clear back here, or are we going to go forward? With the location of the champ seat being where it is, very easy to come back here and pressure at any point with these champion units. I think I would like to see him advancing down the south corridor as well. And I'm actually honestly a little bit disappointed he didn't go further up the central path. I would have loved to see Oro secure both these 2 central sites, because this is the center of the map. 1 site on each side for both players. Hill terrain, so onagers on this. You can fire into the coast. You can fire into the incoming territory. You have 4 tiles, right? 4 tiles of defense. I mean, this is a solid defensive position, and nothing at the moment. Look, Carthage, it still isn't even on either of these sites. So, Rome does have time, in fairness. But, man, securing this location for Rome, I think, could be a decisive tactical advantage, especially since, let's not forget again, that our champ seat has access to both oceans, right? So our highest military production city, and arguably what could end up being the highest output production city in the game, is straddling both oceans. So securing this central corridor to me, I think would be top priority after achieving this strategic kind of goal here with the champ seat. I would then go on forward to make sure that I have this entire, I might even go forward, right? Because as long as I can tile buy back these tiles, like unit from Bononia with coastal movement has got to at least be able to get to this Scythian site, if not this Thracian site in one movement. I think
Looks
at
like
what?
we have a second champion seat.
Second champion seat, yep, down here. And it does look like he's going back. He's back clearing. All right, so he's content to have this be his border. A little disappointed in that, like I said, but I'm not going to go over the reasons why. Again, just did that. But no, it does also make sense to clear your back line because, of course, it always is annoying to have wandering barbarians or raiders dealing with hassling you from behind while you're trying to worry about your front line. So I do understand the logic here, and it's not the worst idea, but I just think with this champ seat straddling both coasts, he has such a strong tactical position here to just lock Alcaras out from even being able to cross the map at all, man. And then he could just
So
reinforce perpetually.
he already has raiders showing up at his at his front door
Yes, he does.
in Duro Vigatum. So
Yep.
he kind of has to do something, and he has no
He had the tactician
and
nearby
he
to
had
deal with it.
nothing
Yeah, Londinium.
at
He's
the
got. It looks like he's put a
London.
warrior to deal with that. So that will. It will take a second, but he will get that. And all right. So yeah, if we look at the map here, Auro. This is what he can see. He scouted all the way to Alcaraz, and then his scout came back. So that's another thing I find interesting. I find interesting that the scout didn't really hang around this part of the isthmus. Of course, it did net. Sorry, I forgot his name. Auro First Blood. Wouldn't it be fun if we Soren? This is an idea. Leaned full into the multiplayer dueling idea and actually gave like an extra 5 legitimacy for First Blood. I think that could be funny. Just all of a sudden, like, oh, you killed the first enemy unit, the first unit from another nation in the entire game. Here's an extra 4, 5 legitimacy. That'd be funny. Just full multiplayer tournament mode, just First Blood with the sound effect and shit, and a reward for it. But anyway. Yeah, but apart from denying Alcaris another very expensive mercenary, didn't really do much. So, and then if we look over on Alcaris, I believe Alcaris has a very similar position. He's located the isthmus. Basically, both players have gotten about to their opponent's territory and stopped. But Oro looks like he got a little bit more into Carthage proper. In terms of visibility of the land itself, just a little bit further in. And of course, Alcaris has a little bit more vision of this southern peninsula as well. Pentakill for +5 route chain. Yeah, we could do all sorts of stuff. Get 5 routes in a row. There you go. Another 5 legitimacy. That wouldn't backfire and totally favor the player who's already ahead and doing better, right? But no, the first blood idea I think is actually not too bad because that could be anything. It could be a scout. It could be a misclick. It could be a surprise attack. It could be fun, I think. First play to capture city wins the game. Oh yeah, yeah. There's all sorts of ways we could do it from a community perspective too. Certain goals and stuff. I mean, I don't know how we could reward actual in-game stuff, but certainly we could come up with a different format in terms of determining how some of these games end if we wanted to have a conversation about that, for sure. How the MP committee played. All right, so we're saying in Civ 4, it was there was initially an informal thing where the first player to capture city would win the game. And then eventually Civ 4 turned it into a game mode, a game option you could turn on, where if you lost a city, that was game over. So that's cool. I didn't know that. I never played any Civilization 4 multiplayer. I used to play with my brother. That was it. My brother and I would play Civ games. We played 4, 5, and 6 a little bit together, just the two of us on a map with AI players and stuff. Lots of fun games to be had, but that's the extent of my Civilization style multiplayer until now, really, and I've grown a greater and deeper appreciation for it. I truly, truly have. It's shocking to me because there's so much about this game. I played this game so much, and I know so much about it, both from a gameplay perspective, but also like internally about like decisions that were made about the game and the process and design stuff. I guess I'm fortunate enough to have a little bit of an inside lens to some of that stuff, and I have to say, um, I've grown a deeper appreciation for the game overall in terms of really understanding the whole multiplayer design first aspect, because there are aspects of this game that never made sense to me from a single player perspective, and now playing multiplayer, I completely understand the game design behind some of the things in this game that just they don't translate. Unfortunately, they just don't really translate in the same way in single player. But anyway, we are now at 60 science for Alcaras, so the gap is widening here. 60 science to 45. So, okay, Auro's keeping up a little bit. Each player is making slight gains. We now have more barracks coming online, more barracks. So the order economy is also going to come online. And it looks like we're doing festivals in this city while waiting. Oh, it's autonomous rule. We've accepted autonomous rule. So do we have Zenobia in Carthage? Has I think. Oh, I think behind the throne.
Yes,
No.
Zenobia's there. Yes, she left this
Oh, my
magma.
girl. I love her. I love her. She can do anything she wants. I want her to rule my nation.
Yes.
I want her to govern my cities. She can be Grand Vizier. She can marry me. She's the greatest character in the game. She was beefy before Behind the Throne. And then the Rising Star, because she was a character that already had 2 or 3 in every stat. And then the Rising Star mechanic comes along, and she's got an event that turns her to a Rising Star. So she ended up becoming 4 or 5 in like every single stat. And she's the judge. Greatest character in the game. All right, so Auro, on the other hand, let's take a look
His
at
city is being attacked at the moment. He
Yeah.
finished the science of labor force, so he should have Judaism next turn. He has phalanx targeted and rhetoric targeted. Forestry is on the table. Navigation is on the table. This is a hard choice.
Yeah. Yeah, I
However,
think you got to go
power
navigation here.
him.
Yeah, we're going navigation. Makes sense.
Yeah, navigation would be good. However, me looking at it, land consolidation. Just rush towards that and hope for the best.
Yeah, but I think I want the orders. I feel like I made this mistake in my last game. I didn't get navigation till something ridiculous like turn 48. And I mean, granted, I was Babylon, but we're playing Rome without statesmen, so you're going to want some more orders. And also, I think it would be maybe nice with your champ seat while it's running 27 training per turn at the moment. That's like a 3-turn buy rate. So it may be a little too early for putting ships in the water, but having 1 or 2 in both oceans early on could actually pay off, and also could help with coastal movement when it comes to coming back after clearing this. Right after clearing this this back line, this core here, you could then, with the coastal movement, a couple buy rooms get you moving even further along, quicker along to clearing the Scythian camps. So navigation, I think, is a good grab here. Of
Looks
course,
like
we really need to
Petra
worry
will
about
have.
science.
We have a planned estate in Petra.
Planned estate in Petra.
Oh, never mind. It's recommended. My fault.
Oh.
The tooltip tells you that it's recommended by the game.
Oh, I don't have that option turned on, so I can't see it. Never mind. But yeah, I get what you're saying now. Yep. We get
Not on my A game today.
No, you're fine. You're fine. All right.
All right, Roma is strong.
Rome is strong. We
There we
have
go.
no econ to benefit from it, but it's still cool. It gets us that extra happiness with our extra growth. We have pretty decent income here now. 246.
With
Let's take
slavery.
a peek. Oh, wait a minute. We had an archetype change.
He went zealot.
We had our ruler got an event to transform into a zealot. We have a swift Roman zealot on the map with horses coming out. God, if ever is there a time, it could be a bad idea given the map side, but damn, if ever there is a time to rush somebody with chariots, I feel like this would be the moment. We got a 3-turn chariot in the champ seat. Like, buy some food and build some chariots. What on earth is happening right now? It's only 200 gold. We have it. Build some chariots, because that's going to ramp up your clear speed anyway. They're going to be champion chariots. Plenty of flat land around, so even ignoring rushing Alcaras, this slinger should be a chariot, man, because you will be cleared up and pushing up to Alcaras' border in no time with, dude, in like, you could 3-turn chariots, you could have 3 chariots, well, obviously, this is basic math, like, I sound like an idiot. You could have 3 chariots in 9 turns, of course you could, 3-turn chariots. So yeah, but they'll all be champions, and you're clearing, wow. Yes, and, oh, Fluffy Bunny reminds me, Swift Roman zealot was sword of the gods. For the love of God, man, build yourself a chariot, put yourself on it, and just send yourself over to Carthage. Solo the damn thing. Do not do this. This would be a bad idea. That would be a bad idea. But still,
I mean,
pretty strong.
They do have spearmen already on Carthage, so
oh, do
maybe
we?
that's not the best idea. Yes, yes.
Wait, we missed that?
Spearmen.
No, Carthage doesn't have spearmen. They do?
Yeah, there's 2 of them. I'm looking at them right now. One near Nexus Zama and one near Carthago Nova.
Those are event-based spearmen.
Hey, that's 2 spearmen for a chariot. Should be enough.
No, that's plenty. That's plenty, unfortunately. That's plenty. But
yes.
wow, yeah, we have 2 events that got us spearmen. That is very, very lucky for our man Alcaras, man. The gods are shining on him in these last couple of games. Which, you know, I feel like that's making up for his game against you, where he got knifed by DeGillis on turn 19, and that just completely threw him off for the rest of the match.
Yeah.
And so now I think he's getting a bit of a mea culpa from the gods here, because he's just, that's great. Two free spears. But maybe this could backfire, though, because having 2 spears now might make him delay Phalanx. And while 2 spears could definitely put a dent in a couple of chariots, if Champion spams a shitload of them, well, then 2 spears would not be enough.
I mean, I just, like, look how far these units for Auro can travel.
You know, it's insane. It's insane.
They can go half the map.
Yeah. Well, this is the other thing. I think this is the underrated thing about the Zealot fatigue boost and the Rome fatigue boost. Like, think of this. In multiplayer, we all play with limited double fatigue, right? Because we don't want people who can force march across the entire map. But that's what makes actually ups the value of the fatigue stat from things like Swift or Zealot, is that it doesn't double your force march, but it adds an extra move on top of the original move because of force march, right? So this is how far we can get with a regular move. I'll see if I can
Let's just say that the warrior with the commander can go from there all the way to the bottom right scout, exceeding where the scout is, even with a force march.
Yeah.
It'll be 18 orders.
Yeah, you couldn't afford to do that, but yeah, no, it's just the again, and we have camels on the map. If we get a camel out of this capital, it wouldn't happen in the lifetime that we have. But in fact, actually, we need to check the Roman air. Let's go back to Rome and check the air. And the Rome is the zealot. Oh my god, I hate this game. Oh my god.
Oh, this is gonna be a trade. They're just gonna trade units.
Zealot versus Zealot in the mid game, of course, because why would anyone do anything different in this meta? But yeah, I mean, here it is. It is what it is. We have a Zealot. But, you know, it's interesting because for all the conversations I've had with, you know, Filthy or whomever else about the RNG determining factors of the game, and we're talking about how we don't like, you know, or some players anyway, talk about how they don't like big random events deciding the game. So, like, all right, an earthquake at the wrong moment, that's obvious. But when you have a meta so crystallized, such as this, where players are relying on zealots, right? I think it's just as much an RNG factor that what if Rome didn't get a zealot, right? That's still a game-defining thing. And then, but now they both have zealots, right? What if they both ascend to the throne, and then within 5 turns, RNG makes one of them die early from a cold, and the other one lives for another 30 turns. So that, to me, is actually a bigger, long-standing, outstanding, game-long impact than, oh, my fleet I was invading you with my fleet, and then a tsunami hit, and oh shit, I lost half my ship. Like, yeah, that sucks, and it feels worse in the moment, but these little trickle down effects, I think, are just way bigger impact than people are giving them credit for, which is part of why I take a little bit of the stance of behind the throne, calamities, who cares? It's all random bullshit anyway. Not completely. Of course, player skill matters and decision making matters. Of course, like, right? All of this matters, and we want to flex strategy and skill. But I mean, at the end of the day, luck's going to play a role, and it's going to play a big one, not a small one. It's going to play a big one, and for me anyway, that's okay. But I'm kind of arguing myself on that one. But
Looks like the invasion on Uro is from the north side is not going that great. We have two burnt location, the silver mine and the quarry in the middle. Otherwise, he's also getting invaded from the southeast side with three horses on him coming in.
yeah,
Uh, a
yeah,
slinger
doing a little
is
bit of cleanup.
out.
And this is the kind of stuff that you worry about a little bit when it comes to expanding this way, where you kind of have to go backwards because now he has this force that's definitely tempted and very likely should continue to keep clearing these sites, but he also has to deal with this tribal raid up here. But that's the nice thing about having the statesman where the champ seat where it is. I mean, this is I'm really happy with this decision here. It's such an interesting play. And I think with it being so forward and so centralized, that it's like he can afford to send units in the back line because any future hassle, even if Alcaras were to show up with some units, like you got 2-turn warriors and slingers coming out with a coastal path to Petra. So it's like you have so much flexibility from this centralized chancellor location. And yes, we're seeing a 3-turn chariot, and we have the zealot as a governor. I missed this as well. Frugal, warlike
I
zealot as
was waiting
governor.
for you to see it.
Yes, I dig it. I think that's a correct play because Sword of the Gods really isn't going to benefit you too much against all of these horses and your roam, so you don't really need the hyper mobility on that one general unit. Might as well get as much military production from your ruler, who's 55, by the way, while he's still alive. I really like that play. I really like that play from Auro there. That's good micromanagement of your governorship, your ruler capabilities, and your build queue there. We're getting raids for Alcaras as well. Alcaras is going to have to deal with some raids. He's got his free spearmen. His 2 free spearmen is going to come up and do work. That's going to benefit him. He's the person who has infantry on his side of the map. He could use Sword of the Gods. Did he get it? No. He has Mourning. He has the Keepsake, which is Night. Also got Bold and Witty. Let's narrow down other things from our opponent. Frugal, Swift, yeah, okay. Still a schemer. Still has only used the orders 14 times, though. Let's take a look. We have the Lion on Oro, and we have the Noble. We just got the Noble because that was the Wise a second ago. So we have a plus 70 cog for Alcaras already turned 38 turns into the game. Very nicely done there. Once he finishes these barracks, that should jump up to Glorious pretty handily. And if he manages to get the 20 improvements done before this character dies, he should easily be Magnificent before death, if not the Great as well. And if anyone is curious how I'm tracking that, when you hover over the Noble, it shows you the progress of technically it's rated for the Noble, right? So you're at 71,000 points out of the 70 that you needed to become the Noble. But the thing is each level of from here on out, Glorious, Magnificent, Great, is another 10,000 points. And I know that finishing an ambition, go back to Carthage here for a second, finishing an ambition gets you 12,000 points. So this barracks being complete is instant Glorious. If you get 20 ambitions, that's instant Magnificence, and that's going to put him about at 95,000 points, right, into Magnificent. So combined with building a wonder, settling another city, which is like 1,000 points, Alcaras is very, very possible he could get the Great on this ruler if she lives like another 15 turns. He certainly should be able to get Glorious in by the time those barracks are finished, though. So that's how you track cognomens. Alcaras designed a little calculator for it on his spreadsheet. Hop on the Discord if you don't know what we're talking about, and we'll point you in the right direction to get all the fun extra tools to, I don't know, enhance your gameplay. I guess 2 turns away from navigation on our Romans. Looks like the turns are slowing down.
Well, we are turn 38. There's like around 4 minutes per turn.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense. There's a lot of things to consider and do.
Yep, we did found Judaism on turn 36, so not as early as we were expecting, but of course we missed the labor force requirement. It's an easy one to forget. I'll forget that even as the Hittites sometimes. I'll build my two pastures, my two ranchers, and a couple turns will go by and I'll be like, where the hell is Judaism? And I realize, oh shit, I forgot labor force. But labor force is a fantastic tech to grab early, so I mean, all right, so similar situation here. We're getting rated as Rome, but again, the chariot's going to come online, so we're going to have very easy mobility to protect Petra. Be curious. We have only 17 orders per turn on Rome. That's going to be the real problem here. That's going to be the real issue. If we hop back on over to Carthage, we're dealing with, oh my God, 36 orders per turn. So currently it's like, what did I say, 17, 18? 18 to 36 orders per turn. That's nightmarish. That's just momentum. That's I don't want to call it the flaw with the order system. It's just how it's designed, and I love the order mechanic. But one of the challenging aspects of it in multiplayer is that, I mean, in so many ways, orders are just game defining. If your opponent gets a 10-point order lead, as long as they know what they're doing with their orders and they're not misclicking and making mistakes and they're making sound economic strategic decisions. I mean, 10 extra orders for 10 turns over your opponent, even something as small as that, compounds, because that's a barracks that built that you weren't able to build. That's a camp that got cleared that you weren't able to clear, which is now a city that you weren't able to settle, which already has its barracks, and things like that. It really, really compounds over time. So we'll have to keep an eye out on how Auro maintains his momentum in this game.
We have
Yes.
another push happening towards Petra from the Scythians.
Mm-hmm.
Man, those Scythians don't give up.
Yep. That is one of the big downsides, as pointed out. That is one of the big downsides of expanding centrally, is that it does open you up to a lot of raids. We could be seeing raids from the North Numidians as well at some point. Those camps are pretty full, so wouldn't be surprised to see some raids there as well. If we have a settler lined up, what'll be really nice is, given the position here of these forests, I just noticed this pin. This Champsy is going to have a fantastic Shrine of Saul accessible to it once he can just kind of pop an expanded a border out here. I wouldn't be surprised if he buys some tiles to ensure that happens. And he has this fur culture to develop, get himself to strong, which is going to be quite nice as well.
And the ores on top of it. Oof, juicy.
Mm-hmm. Wait, is ore?
Yeah, are you looking at the site?
Oh, this one
The
down here.
pictures
Yes.
up?
No. Right. Yeah. I was
Yes.
thinking, man, if that could get to yeah, I thought you saw one closer to the champ seat. That would have been great.
Oh, the champ seat?
Yeah.
No, that
Yeah.
is
But
it's not
still,
gonna
extra
happen.
ore is fantastic. In fact, let's take a look at. I've been looking at Rome for quite a bit here, so let's go take a peek at our boy Alcaras and see how we're doing here. Managing raids
Well,
with
it's
our
his turn
spears.
anyway.
Yep, it's his turn,
Oh, look, it's machinery.
and we're getting machinery. God damn it! Oh man, Alcaraz machinery. There we go. I mean, it's such a strong beeline in general. I mean, because like,
Yes.
what is the counter? Like when everyone asks questions about, oh, how do I counter to this? How do I counter that? The answer is always, especially if you're on the defensive, onagers. It's such a nightmare to attack into onagers if your opponent doesn't have them.
Right. Indeed.
All right, so
A
both
rework
players.
for that bottom line of the trees would not be a bad idea. That being said, looks like the expansion of Alcaraz is honestly pretty steady.
Yeah.
And soft. He cleared the right side of him. He did not push or beeline towards the front, but he knows there's a beeline towards the front,
Mm-hmm.
headed towards his way.
Really dig this marshland farm getting built here. It's just such a simple, small thing, but it's going to do a little bit of extra food income, and then it actually will even get enhanced by this granary he's going to plop next to it. That's always a nice trick too. The granary costs food, but it will actually buff the food output. Sorry, the food, wood. It costs wood, but it actually buffs the food output of marshland. Not the not the food. The wood.
Wood.
Granaries buff wood output of marshland farms. That's what I'm trying to say, and that's a neat thing to know. So
Looks like we have a switch to drama. We had military drill, Portikillis, monasticism, or drama. For Uro, he elected with drama, which is not that bad of an idea.
probably thinking about that free
That's-
settler, considering his rate of clearing. That chariot is now online. Let's take a peek here, see what we can do damage-wise to something. Yeah, 11 damage. This is a champ chariot. Pretty solid.
Yes.
Look at this movement. Look at this
Answer.
movement. You can get all the way.
That's
It's insane.
To answer your question, how much damage does it deal? Yes.
Yes. Yeah. 10 damage to this thing in the woods.
Yes.
This isn't even on flat land, and it's 10 damage. So, yeah, definitely would like to see a couple more chariots. I think this will just really secure some solid clear momentum because, again, it's the movement as well, which is also order efficiency because you can move. Not only do they get an extra fatigue, but they also move an extra space over regular infantry. So there's just lots of. This is one of the reasons why I like the Hittites. You get early access to chariots, and it's like a makeshift champ nation. It's like you don't have steadfast, but chariots are strong enough that they can really pack a punch. Now we're Rome, and we have chariots with steadfast and Roman extra fatigue. I mean, that's just delightful. So hopefully he flexes that a little bit more. It would be 400. Oh, he doesn't have the economy to get another one. So he needs more food online. Let's do a worker check, actually, at the moment. This is going to get worse before it gets better for Rome. 11 workers to 5 now for the Romans, and improvements control were 34 to 21. So, I mean, the gap is staying consistent. I think Alcaras continues to have about 50% more improvements than his opponents throughout the game. It's growing a little bit wider each time, but more or less he's had probably about 40 to 60% more improvements than his opponent. But it adds up, man. It's all momentum. All momentum. It's hard to come back from a hole. But what we want to see is point pressure, right? This is why Auro should be securing more of the map. This is why we hope that he's able to get into a position to grab a couple of wonders, because Alcaraz getting ahead isn't too much of a problem as long as he doesn't start getting point pressure. That was the problem in my game. You know, I knew he was in a position to just start spam building wonders, and I was not. I had no economy, right? And so even though I had 2 extra city sites, that wasn't enough map control to compete with the point potential. So you don't want to put yourself in a position where you're forced to attack someone who's stronger than you. So if Rome can secure more of the map and grab a couple of wonders, then Rome can try to build up their economy, build up their science, and catch up to Alcaraz, while Alcaraz has to come up with a definitive plan to actually defeat and invade Rome, which I think would step him outside of his comfort zone a little bit, because he tends to be a cautious player. And that's why I really want to see Rome securing these central sites, this peninsula, putting ships in the bay at some point, and just denying Alcaraz a solid route to take territory and secure point distribution. We need a lot of points to win this game, though. It's 75 points. So wonder spamming alone is not going to do it, which is nice.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you that the way for Uro to win here, especially with the amount of build-up that Alcaraz likes to do, is definitely to box him in position that he can't expand from. The question is, how can he do it? I'm not seeing the way for him to do it.
Chariots, man. He's got his chariots. Auro what I dislike, but I mean, it's his order constraint right now. What I dislike is that
Right.
Auro has not made any effort to clear these other 2 camps with these 4 soldiers, and maybe he's healing up, and you know that makes sense. But this Scythian one just raided him, so you know that's light on units. He could have cleared this, no problem. You know, but he's
only so
a
much
bit order
order he
constrained,
has.
and that's where it's going to be difficult. I think, in fact, this is actually really showing you the micro here. With turn 41, And I made a mistake in my game, but those watching can take a lesson from Alcaras here, because even ignoring the early military drill grab, it turned 41. We have 3 laws as Rome. How many garrisons are in Rome right now? The answer to that is 0. So if we hop across the bay here and look at Carthage, even ignoring barracks for a moment, first law got down, which of course Carthage has easy access to a 4th law, but this garrison, I'm pretty sure we did farm, shrine, garrison. I think that garrison was our 3rd improvement in the capital. We have a garrison here, here. We have a garrison in every single city. Well, every single core city. And we aren't starting garrisons yet in these other cities, but we're building our elephants, which is still in order. So that's a little bit of the micro that you can talk about. So now we also have an extra 2.2 orders from the barracks is coming up. So that's basically, technically, just about an extra garrison coming online once this one's finished. So that's the little bit of the micro detail that you're looking at from Alcaraz with this, reliable safety that he has to build himself a nation without worrying too much that he's going to get knifed in the throat by his opponent in 50 turns. But yeah, he literally just growth, resource, garrison. But then when we look at Rome, 40 turns in, 3 laws, not a single garrison. So you're going to see some discrepancies there. We did get a question about stone income, though. Rome's currently in the lead there, just by a little bit, 39. It's actually at 51 now. But anyway, 39 to 33. Food income, they were about neck and neck there. Actually, a decent lead for Alcaraz as well, 37 to 23, which does surprise me a little bit, to be honest. What else? Iron, massive advantage for iron here. It makes sense. We're dealing with Rome, but 53 iron to 21. And no wood income yet. This marshland farm for Carthage will be the first source of wood income. And of course, on science, turn 41, we're looking at a science gap of 59 to 45. So thankfully, that hasn't grown too much in the last couple of turns for Alcaraz's front. But we're looking at now 400 science advantage for Alcaraz in the tech tree. Slavery difference, yes. Good
That would
catch.
100% be the slavery difference.
Yeah, good catch. Good catch there. Rome does have slavery, and Alcaraz opted for freedom first, so that income disparity will swap back into Alcaraz's favor once he's fully expanded. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Always the fun nuances to look out for and watch out for, and that just impact the game. Those type of player decision making that change the way the games pan out. Going for our apprentice officers in Zama now. This is going to be the second one in Zama. So this is going to put us well over, we already have tyranny as well, 2 barracks and tyranny, so this is going to put us well over 20 trading. Going to bring us to about, what is that? 22 trading per turn, which is pretty solid for early game unit production. I tend to be a little lax on my training requirements. I say, anywhere between 20 and 40.
Stronghold coming.
Good. What do we got? Stronghold where?
Leftist Magna.
And leftist Magna. Yep. So we already have a stronghold. And that's another thing about getting those garrisons down, because when Rome hits their 4th law, they will have 1, 2, and actually the champ seat's climbing up pretty high now. Another reason why I would have liked to see the luxury sent to the champ seat here, because this would probably be about 8 or 7 turns if the luxury was in there from the beginning. But anyway, point being is we're going to hit 4 laws with Rome, and we're still going to need to build a garrison unless we get started on it now. That the advantage of having your garrisons built already is that as soon as you hit your law tempo, you just get started right away on your next building and get you your unique units as quickly as possible. Building an Odeon in Leptis Magna as well, that's forward thinking. Going to want to eyeball strong culture for the 8 strength. We're 83 turns away, that's far too long. So grabbing Odeon for culture, nice to see. Alcaraz was talking just last game about finding difficulty threading that into the tech tree. And we're getting some rushing in Leptis Magna of officers as well. What did we just finish? We just finished drama for the Romans. We have an interesting choice here. Coinage, portcullis, monasticism, and architecture. Honestly, I'm going to say this hand sucks. So I would pick portcullis. Yes, there we go. I think that's the correct play. We have the scouts. You know your opponent, Alcaras, is going to have decent science. It's a shit hand anyway. You don't want really any of these right now. Maybe monasticism for the law tempo or architecture for the law tempo and for the wonders.
Architecture.
Yeah.
Architecture was the way. We have the rivers.
We have the but
You
I don't
have
care
the
about
lakes.
Bath. Bath is still long term. I don't know. I like portcullis.
The doctor with the culture.
No, I get that. I mean, we do already have strong, so I guess that makes sense. We'd have to buy an extra tile, I think. Oh, no, we have both rivers right there. Yeah, maybe. You do pretty reliably get a free Master Doctor when you build the warm bath, so, as an event. So maybe that would be worth it. But I don't know. I think you're going to get just as much science quicker from portcullis, just because your Spy Master will be instant. You know, you won't have to build a bath. You won't have to build a doctor. Your Spy Master, even if it's something as simple as 6 science per turn, right? Ooh, excuse me. Got a little windward there. That's happening right now, right away, right? In 9 turns. It's not going to happen in... so 9 turns from now would be architecture. 4 turns for a bath. Another, call it 4 turns for a doctor. So that would be 18 turns to get, I don't know, 2 science, 4 science. And then you need to upgrade it. So yeah, portcullis is 9, 6, 9, 10, whatever it is. That's a fact. Let's look at our candidates. We could do, we actually don't have any good candidates. All right. So at best we got is 3 science, but still 3 science now.
That's why it's a Rome diff. Rome doesn't have good schemers.
No, but all right. So this Spy Master right here would be 4.5, and that's if we can get them pleased, that would jump up to something like 8. So I mean, there's some you can work with that a little bit. The schemer dislikes us, so but that schemer, if we can get them happy, that would jump up a little bit. Yeah, so you got some options, I guess. But yeah, admittedly, sure, you're limited by characters. That's the only drawback with portcullis. It's not as reliable as a specialist, but it would come online quicker. And there is 19 science in the capital, and it's soon to be, oh man, this isn't as high as I thought. 7 in this city. Yeah, probably a little too early to get ultra science from Alcaras capital, but you can definitely expect an Alcaras capital to churn out a shitload of science, so might as well get the network set up. But of course, yes, the other 2 choices are law tempos. We do have Judaism, so monasteries could be useful. And also a free camel is always a meme-worthy choice. And in fact, how are we spread? How are we spread with Judaism? It's in... Wait, no.
2 cities.
2 cities, yep. So not too much. All right, we're still alive. We still have Sword of the Gods, which doesn't irrelevant anymore, but still churning out units in the champ seat, which is always fun to see. And let's take a look at... Yeah, both rulers are still alive. It looks like, based off the age, it looks like... Wait. That doesn't make sense. I wonder what happened here, because... Oh, Alcaras went for a 16-year-old schemer, I think. Okay, that makes sense, because Alcaras is 2 years younger than Auro. I had that flipped in my head, but yeah, so Alcaras went for a 16-year-old schemer to start the game. Right.
What people don't realize is that if you start with a 16-year-old, you get an event that upgrades you.
Yeah. No, we know about that.
On...
Yeah. But no, forgive me. No, explain it for our viewers or people who don't know. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt.
You're fine. You can.
No,
So to the
because
people who don't
I would
know.
just, I have my Discord brain on. Forgive me. No, I apologize. I had my Discord brain on because that became a whole conversation that we had like a month ago. But yeah, no, explain everybody the detail because I want people to know about it. So
So
tell us what you're talking about.
So, if you start with a 16-year-old, you have two events that you could go through. One event, it gives you one extra stat point based on a favor to one of your oligarchs or someone within the court. The other event, you could get a trait directly based on what tree what you are or what archetype you are out of three options, or you get free experience plus 80.
Yeah.
So that's most likely why he started at the age of 16. You don't need to immediately be a general. You don't need to be immediately a governor. That bonus can sometimes be really effective.
Yeah, definitely a fun dice roll that you can make early on, and I think certain archetypes, yeah, definitely makes sense to try and leverage that advantage if it comes up. And Schemer, I agree, is kind of a good one because you don't necessarily need, like, they don't really make the best governors, and they make decent generals, actually. I think they make decent starting generals, but either way, you can live without it. You do have to decide in the case of Carthage if you're going to trade that turn off of a settler, but it didn't seem really to matter in this game because they're both expanding quite nicely. Both have 8 cities. Alcaras has 5 laws here, and machinery. That's just a dreadful position to be in for Auro.
There's another trick to the viewers who don't know that you could probably do that. If you start with Patreons or traders, if you start at the age of 16, next turn you can also tutor yourself. That's an extra stat point.
That's true. True.
So
Maybe he did. Maybe he
I'm
did.
not sure. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I didn't catch it, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, that'd be the last hurrah of the trader's worker, if so. Yeah, give him a leg up on the. Well, and then the other thing too is once you fill up on strength, right? All event options, they're gonna. What are they called? The spill.
Stats?
The stats that spill over. They're called. I forget what they're called. They have a name. But
Fallback.
Yes, thank you. Fallback traits. Yes, so every time you're gonna get a trait, if your dance card is full on strength, well then you get a fallback trait for whatever it is. And so that's actually one of the merits of filling up with strength as quickly as you can, is that you can get some pretty boosted stats that way because you're gonna get a lot of early events that give you different strengths, but you're not gonna be able to pick any of the strength options. Well, I mean, you'll get the fallback trait instead. So yeah, he's got a nice beefy 10 wisdom schemer, giving him 26 science per turn right now. 16 just for being pretty, and 10 for governing in the capital city. Wow. So Auro wants her to die because that is a big difference in their science gap right now. In fact, if we look, yeah, that's pretty much the science gap right there. It's 65 to 47. Alcaras is the leader in producing 26 of that science. That's crazy. Yeah, so for the love of God, it's so funny because like in his game against you, DeGillis, he died at 19, and then his 2 games since against me and now Auro, his his schemer. Oh, and even against Blaj lived. His schemer got to great. He had like an 78-year-old schemer or something like that. So Alcaraz is getting very nicely long-lived rulers from these starting rulers, which really paying off long term.
2-turn chariot.
2-turn chariot. Love to see it. Love to see it. I really hope.
To add to that, to what you said about the science difference, you gotta also acknowledge that the zealot for Uro is actually on the champion seat, so he's not getting any science out of it, really. He's only getting half. If it was on the capital, he would have had 7.5 science coming out.
Wow, that's
But then
actually,
he loses
yeah,
the training.
interesting. I wonder if I would make that trade-off, to be honest, because that is a sizable chunk of science, and you could put 12 training into the capital, and I mean, I guess you don't want to put units in here, but you could be putting units out of here as well. Have we seen much training rushing? That's a question. Probably not yet, because he has again, both players have schemer heirs, so there's no real reason to start clicking the rush button now for Oro, because you can theoretically rely on this schemer heir to pick up the slack after he dies.
To answer your question, friend, I have not seen any rushes, but let's take a look. Yeah, no rushes. Keep in mind that the capital city or the state center for Judaism is in a city that is still weak in culture. So Capua right now is the only one that has Judaism. He's making Jewish disciples out of it to be able to spread the religion, to
Mm-hmm.
be able to rush more, and
Mm-hmm.
that's where the main struggle is.
Yeah,
Even
yeah.
his capital
It's
doesn't
not
have it.
spread. It's not spread, yeah. Petra, right by Bononia, is already almost developed, though. This is one of the nice things about patrons. We have luxury pearl improved and a fisher on it as well. So this is going to be nice in the future, because if it does go long enough that it comes down to 8 strength units, I suspect that. In fact, I'm going to wait until this ticks over. Well, actually, I can do the math right now, right? So that's 13 culture per turn. And what is that? By 500. Forgive me while we do some math on the side. I really need a second monitor. So that's 38 turns. So right now, this city can hit strong in 40 turns, right? And ideally, we're going to pick the pace up on that, right? I'm not saying 40 turns is a good rate. I'm saying that's the baseline we're working with now. If we hop over here, we're looking at strong from this city that's building its stronghold now, that's improved by Alcaras, and also working on this Odeon in 81 turns. So that's a really nice advantage in terms of, and the Roman unique unit is not tied to a resource. So any city that Oro can get to developing or strong culture, get barracks in, get rushing potential to come out of, right? He has Judaism here. That's a node that he can use to churn out 6 or 8 strength units. And so that's going to be where the advantage of all these statesman cities comes. Not statesman, patron cities come out, as long as, Oro doesn't get swallowed alive by the order difference. All right, chat's not a fan of portcullis. That's fine. I definitely see the one thing I like about the architecture grab from Rome would be wonders. You still have, I mean, you're running out of time on the advantage of being strong first. 6 turns left for Alcaris to hit strong. So getting architecture as a law could be very, very handy to at least try to secure the mausoleum. In fact, let's look at stone reserves. We have 300 stone, 58 per turn. Again, our income isn't that bad. It's only half that of Carthage, which, I mean, for Rome is pretty solid. A traderless, no real. Oh, severely ill. Cato the Invincible Horse is severely ill. All right. But we will have a strict zealot on the throne. Unfortunately, this will be a science dip. We will lose 10 science per turn when this changes over, because we do have a sizable wisdom leader here. Let's see if the gods are favoring Alcaris on the lifespan thing. We do not have any illness over in Carthage just yet. So we will very likely have first ruler change going to Rome.
Is he
Interesting,
doomed?
Aaron. Sorry, I want to catch up to this, but like you can just say it in the chat. I want to hear what you want to say, Nizar. But Aaron, you said coinage would be a good grab here. Say more, friend. I'm intrigued by that. I like that idea. Not a pick I would make, but I want to hear your thoughts. And you're a pretty good player, so tell me your thinking on that. Nizar, what were you saying?
I completely forgot. Don't you even worry about it.
Okay, sorry,
Uh,
buddy.
you're fine. Looking at Alcaraz right now, he has 2 quarries that are disappearing in 1 in 2 turns, 1 in 4 turns. He might forget about it.
Mm-hmm.
We have a couple of hamlets being built in Carthago. 2 of them actually.
I was just noticing that. Yeah, that's gonna get boosted by the trader's income source. Also, pop some of these borders, and I still would think I would. Although maybe you put barracks down on these flats, but I was thinking maybe you put some quarries out here. He's making 73 stone per turn now, so I'm guessing no, we haven't even swapped into slavery yet. We have 5 laws. We went tyranny instead of constitution. We have
He
exploration
just
on.
has enough quarries next to the mountains. He
Yeah.
he he he's building those hamlets. Oh, we got 2 slingers in the capital now.
Whoa! All right, we got somebody's grumpy.
Unhappy peasants event.
Somebody's grumpy. All right.
To add more, he still hasn't even upgraded the silver in his capital. He went for hamlets over those silver, which makes sense. Which makes pretty good sense. The reason why he's doing that, I don't know if you have the tooltip on, but right where those double hamlets are, he has an Udeon. He wants to do a cultural center in there
Yeah.
with a theater and amphitheater covering it.
Fascinating. Fascinating. Interesting. I'm intrigued by this. Obviously, this is like uh the perfect format here, but I'm surprised to see it happening in this type of format. But again, it is an ultra wide. He does have the time to do that, and hitting legendary would be useful. You want to get I mean, Circus Maximus would be neat on Carthage. Swift elephants all over the place would be fantastic. I know that's not usually one of the higher rated legendary wonders, but it would certainly be fun to have a bunch of swift elephants. All right, looks like we're building urbans along this coast here to continue our coastal wall, a coastal transport. I'm assuming that these are notes for roads here. And also more notes for roads. I think Auro might not be aware of the fact that there's a pin for roads, unless that's broken. I think that might be broken. And we have our first ship in the water. Ahoy there! Bononia has built a ship. I'll be curious if he builds another one and decides to put it in the north side of the ocean. That'll be curious. I'll be curious to watch out for that. Rush in Petra. What are we rushing? Probably nothing, because we actually have pretty good civics output. Excuse me. All right. So, clear the camp down south, clearing this barbarian camp, so we will eventually be fully cleared here. Let's do it. We're both on 8 cities, right? So let's take a look. 8 cities, and Rome is finishing up clearing his back line, right? With 2 cities to settle, which would bring him to 10. If we hop on over to Carthage, our 8 cities are all on our back line, fully cleared. We have Lilybaeum, which is, this is the mirror version of what our friend on the other side has. So the only city that we do not have, that our opponent... So technically, actually, at this stage, Auro has more territory cleared and ready to be settled, or certainly will be about to. He has 1 site cleared and another one about to be cleared. He has this settled. Auro does. Auro has this site settled and this site settled. So, depending on how swiftly Alcaras moved in terms of expansion pacing, they're kind of neck and neck. However, the actual development of these cities, I think, heavily leans Alcaras. We already have almost full barracks complexes set up here. We have 2 more barracks coming online up here. So, like, that's the kind of stuff that you want. So if we dip over into Rome instead... heartbreaking. I'm still not seeing any garrisons, my friends. Granaries. Yeah. So that's going to be an issue long term. It's turn 46, not a single garrison. Do we have barracks yet? We do not have mill drill yet. Again, you can get a little bit of leeway there with Rome, I suppose, because you got champions, you got the output, you get the extra training output. But you have to remember, by the time that Auro starts building his first barracks, this is the same issue that I ran in my last game, and I broke it down in the post-game chat. This is what it comes down to with such a delay on the barracks. By the time Auro is building his first barracks. Alcaras will have 3 or more cities that are not even just done with barracks, they're done with apprentice officers or higher. They're the master officer in these 2 barracks. So, and I wouldn't be surprised. I think he might even bring these up to Elder at some point. So that's what you're going to have. You're going to finally get your barracks, but you will not have actually achieved barrack parity because you'll have 2 barracks to your opponent's 2 barracks in a particular city, but they're already done with building officers, and so they can start spamming their units. They can start spamming their ballista, their siege, their unique units, whatever, while you're playing catch up on the development front. So this could be tricky for Auro long term. Certainly not out of it. Anybody's game at this stage, but that's the risk you run about having a 50 turn.
Leptis Magna.
What do we got?
At the moment, with all that you have mentioned, it has 37 training.
Yeah.
And only Zenobia, with Zenobia on her own, gives 11.5 training. Don't ask any questions, just Zenobia things.
Mm-hmm.
For Auro, it's only 31 training and a half, and his zealot is giving 6 right now with him being severely ill.
Yes.
So, well, that zealot is dead.
That zealot just died. Yeah, I missed it.
And,
21,
and the new leader, Cato II, is ill.
Oh! The gods! The gods! They are cruel! They are a cruel and torturous mistress, these gods. I hope he recovers from that illness. What's the heir? We have a judge heir. Okay.
Yeah, a judge heir would not be a bad idea.
Yeah.
To be honest, it will help a lot with upgrading.
It actually would. Actually, I think a judge would probably be better at this stage because we're not fighting anytime soon. But it would just be funny. That's funny. A dog owner.
The only time this zealot will be good, I mean, he does have 1500 training.
Yeah.
He is getting a lot of training per turn just because Rome.
Yep.
Rome does Rome stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't have the religion spread, and it is killing him right now. He needs to use that training to be able to get more disciples to run around. So he cannot be waiting.
What I find interesting here is I wonder if there would be a window for an early attack. This is a long distance to bridge off of ships with an early attack, but maybe Rome should, once clearing up this camp, should bring everybody forth to this peninsula. Peace out, for the love of God. I want players to start taking advantage of peace. That really came in hand in my Marauder game, aside from the fact that I was doing tribal shenanigans, but there's such a large map, such area to cover, that I just said screw it and I made peace with tribes. But peace out the Scythians, peace out the Numidians, take your every unit you have, go straight down the barrel, expanding, because our players are similar here in power, but Alcaras, where is it? Why can't I find it? There it is. Alcaras has built 1 military unit to Rome 7. So we might see another one of those situations where Alcaras is, has a nice puffed up chest as Carthage, but nothing really to back it up in the face of a champion army heading to his direction. He does have 2 spears. A peltast is nice. But he's got, aside from the 2 spears and 2 slingers, everything else would be tribal. And looks like majority tribal horse. So if Rome can get some spears on his side, that's going to be devastating. And there's no spears in, well, I mean, there's 2 spears in Carthage, I guess, but so you can still rout. But it will be tricky. Yeah, so I don't know. I wonder if there's a play to be made here where you come full down the barrel, expand here, stage in this situation, and take your biremes and create pressure to go into your opponent. But I don't think we have the time enough for that to happen before elephants start showing up. So we're going to need spears regardless.
So here's why I don't think a play can come in right now at this moment. I love what you're saying. It's very smart. It's very true. The problem we're having right now, if you are playing as Auro, if you are sitting on his seat and doing the game, he has no vision.
Yeah. Well, that's going to
He
change.
can't see anything.
That's going to change in a couple turns because, good idea or not, he has portcullis. So he will have portcullis and he has 3 scouts. So if he's not moving them now, actually it does look like he's moving his
He
scout
just
towards
started
Alcaras.
moving them.
Yeah, in 6 turns, he's going to have, not only is he going to have vision, he's going to have eyes inside Alcaras' territory. Which will allow him to make decisions. I don't think that plan that I'm talking about isn't happening anytime soon anyway, just because the other thing you got to worry about, you're against Alcaras, who's a schemer. The schemer's still alive. And, you can use tooltips to see how much their science the characters are generating, by the way. If you're Rome, you get to see that information. So you know that your opponent's making at least 16 science from that schemer. They're learned from you. You're worried about the science gap. So committing to a full rush tactic doesn't really make sense if by the time you get there, your opponent has, ballistas or whatever. So I definitely think Auro should be fixating on strong economy, getting his city settled, which he rushed out a settler here. I find that interesting. I think that was with training. Yep, he's done 2 training rushes so far of this city. He's building a bunch of trappers, which I find fascinating.
Well, the one in Roma is a camel trapper. That will give him half an order, so that's good.
Yeah,
That will give him a full order.
I think it's a full order there. Yeah, I mean, I definitely take every order you can get when you're up against, and especially since you blocked out statesmen. Yeah, this is let's do the math on this. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 extra orders per turn Carthage is going to have that Rome will just never get. And actually, oddly enough, Alcaras is building a rancher in this city. So even once this comes to a full order per turn, that's going to nullify this full order per turn from the landowner's rancher, which is something I like to do to try and make up order discrepancies from some of the beefier order families. But it becomes moot if your opponent builds the rancher too, which for whatever reason, Alcaras is opting to do that. So yeah, there you go. Interesting. I do like the idea. We have a judge somewhere. Oh, I thought there was a judge here. Is the judge no longer there? That's unfortunate. I have become a little bit more fond of the idea of building a lot of acolytes and then judge rushing them if we have the income to do it to elders, because there's a surprising amount of order efficiency there that I never quite clocked before. But again, that's another thing you're doing with your queues. That's time and tricky to actually make payoff. Yes, and Soren Johnson gets his Byreme at last. Not making the same mistake that I made in one of my games and neglected the Byreme for like a million years. But yes, the Byremes will be crucial here, and we do have a second one coming out. In fact, double check here. Where is this coming out? It's coming in the south. I want to be curious. I will be curious if Auro is aware of the mechanic, because this could be something that you could overlook. I'm curious if Auro is
mechanic?
The mechanic that he can swap which ocean the boat is being built in.
I mean, there is an arrow that forces you to look at it.
I also think it's an arrow that could be easily missed, my friend. The shit people miss in this game.
True. Yeah, that is true. You know what? You're right.
Yeah. My favorite thing in this entire game, in terms of stuff to miss, is where is it? This button right here. You can't see it, but the Show Agent Network button on the City tab in the top right.
That one is hidden.
Dude, I played this game for 2,000 or 3,000 hours before making a suggestion that basically said, hey, you know what would be great to have in this game? This button. And then I think it was Blues or Dale, one of the Mohawk guys, was like, dude, the button's in the game. I'm like, yeah, you hit it in the middle of nowhere. So yeah, it's very easy to miss stuff in this game.
So Portocalis is on the way here right now.
Both settlers are coming out of Capua.
Is Capua.
Capua, however you say it. I don't know. It's all.
It's Italian. It's Latin.
I know very little about Italians or Latins.
I understand. The question is, so we have another Patreon site in the middle.
Yeah, do you
needed
think?
or
What do you think it
wanted.
does? Did he make both of these patrons to just full commit to? I mean, he's got to have pissed off
I think
landowners at
so.
this point. No, his landowner is actually unhappy.
I,
How he
I mean,
sees three? Oh no, his landowners. Yeah, wow, that surprises me. His landowners have two.
2 cities. Well, Judaism opinion is really high.
Yeah.
That's something, and he has served them. And
Yep.
uh, the heir spouse is from the family, so that's good for him.
I could see going either way on this. I could see both of these ending up landowners just to solve that problem, or I could see both of these end up patrons because I mean it's another 50% culture in both. Well, 75 actually in this top one. 75 and 50% culture in both cities, and why not?
Yeah, he's gonna go double Patreons here.
Alcaras getting eyes on his friend Auro, the Romans, sending that scout, probably trying to get a good position with the scout before schemers die. Still not ill, though. Magnificent, by the way. So let's take a peek on the numbers behind that. I'm curious to see how close we are. We did. Oh, we still haven't even completed the barracks or range ambition. So yeah, we will get glorious once that finishes up. We are 3,000 points away from glorious. So yeah, that's in the bag. Not glorious. The great Alcaras will get a second great ruler, which is another consequence of schema orders, by the way, or cascading orders, because the more you build stuff, the more you do the stuff, the more that you're able to accomplish ambitions, it cascades in the back end for larger and greater cognomens as well. I think schemers are one of the archetypes. Schemers and builders are probably the two archetypes where it's easiest to get cognomens larger than 60 and 70. The military archetypes are really easy to shoot up to invincible, which of course Auro did get. Oh, Auro got glorious as well. Good for him, actually. But he was invincible. That must have happened the turn that he died, because before, when he was doomed or ill, it still said invincible. So that happened in like the last turn or two of his life, which is still pretty nifty. 3 turns, portcullis. Let's check worker stats. Turn 48. Getting into the mid game here. We have 17 workers for Alcaras, 11 now for Auro, which is a nice jump up. He was at 5 for quite a while, so we have a nice jump up there from Auro. Nice to see those come online here. 8 military units to 1 for Carthage in terms of production. 7 hired mercenaries, though, so actually they're both pretty even in terms of actual military manpower at the moment. They both have, I think it is 9 total, including the free unit from the start. Of course, that doesn't factor in event-based units. Hard to track those. Let's look at technology. 16 techs discovered in Carthage, though. That could be a bit of an issue. That's quite a gap there. That's 5 additional techs over Auro. And 57 improvements to 35. So 22 improvement advantage there. And let's look at the science rate one more time. Yeah, so those extra 4 or 5 techs that Carthage has makes up a nearly 600 science gap.
I mean, the difference in total science is, as you mentioned, 600. That is a lot of science. That is a lot. But before you head to the order step, I want you to guess the total order difference between Alcaraz and Auro right now.
The difference?
The difference, yes, the total order difference.
I'm going to guess at least 30.
No, the total, as in like throughout the whole game.
Oh, the total difference. Oh, 200. Let's find out. 300.
300.
Yep, not surprising. Yeah, man,
300. That explains the 20 or the 25 extra improvements compared between them.
We discussed it at length in the post-game chat of my game with Alcaraz. That's what it comes down to. Every extra order you start the game with isn't just an order. It's an extra garrison. It's an extra barracks. It's an extra city, because every piece of momentum. That's why I actually think the only thing more important than orders in this game, in terms of a resource, to me. But again, orders factor into this because it's going to dovetail to this type of conversation that we're having. But the
Can I
only,
guess it?
yeah, sure,
Legitimacy.
no, no, time, not even an actual resource, time. If you
Oh,
can
well,
do something quicker, then that's the most. So like anything that makes a build queue faster, anything that makes an improvement, like that's why builders make great governors, right? So it's going to reduce all your build time. Anything that does anything quicker, in my mind, I value more than anything else in the game. And yes, orders factor into that because it's all going to compound more and more and more, and that extra 10 order difference at the start of the game is going to become 300 halfway through the game, and it's just crazy, man. It's just crazy. That's actually personally not to go on a game design thing, but that's why I dislike anything that comes like when we did the divine rule change or when we think about balancing families. That's why, even riders, I like the 2 orders on riders, but generally overall, I dislike anytime they make a change where they try to buff something and the solution that they come up with is more orders, because I think that really tinkers with the overall flow of the game, because orders are everything. It compound what you can do.
That's why I'm very shocked to see that not many people in the tournament have a builder start.
Yeah.
I don't think people realize how valuable a builder start is, especially since you can put multiple workers on top of each other. And now that building is done in 1 turn, that is huge. The compounding interest of these builds queues being done in 1 turn, it results in a lot of product coming out of it.
Yeah, of course. The catch-22 to that is that it is also incredibly easy. It's very easy, even for experienced players. We've seen this happen where a builder can choke out their order economy because they built too many workers, or they've done too much stacking. And I think that can backfire long term. I think you can think that you're being efficient when you're actually not being as efficient as you think you are. And it's a tricky. I think it's a more difficult needle to thread than most people expect. But yes, sure, a builder start is certainly a strong archetype. I think the schemer is having its moment to shine now, and a big part of that is order purchasing, but also the versatility of everything. You have high science, so you're going to hit your tech marks. You have invisible scouts, so you have free reign of clearing the map of vision, which also is legitimacy in orders. So yeah, it comes together quite nicely. Adopting if you need it. We did
You always
have
need adopting.
another death. Oh, good God.
What happened? No.
The judge is on the throne. Now, on the bright side, we got a nice...
Oh.
On the bright side, we got 120 science boosts off of that because we got a new secession event.
Portacalis is on the table.
Is the Zealot on the table?
Portacalis is on the table.
Oh, Portcullis is now, available. Yeah, so let's see what we can get for science. A whopping, dramatic, massively amazing 4.5 science. Yeah, it's not great. But, whatever. It's science right now. We didn't have to build a bath, I guess, was what I was saying. But yeah, no, not ideal. Hopefully we can get more from agents if they come up, or obviously if this guy can get pleased or something.
I mean, that is a 9% increase in total science for him. That's not
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, I mean...
4.5, that's a 10%.
Yeah, of course. It's an increase. Yes, it's great. Every little bit helps, especially because for those not keeping track, Alcaras at the moment is currently dealing with. In fact, it says 80 here, but I was just over at the side of the map. He's looking at 105 science per turn. So Alcaras is the type of player who can hit turn 50 and get 100 science per turn. And that's the type of thing that you don't want to have to deal with, which is of course why he gave himself all the space in the world. And having map pick for the rest of the tournament is, I expect to see more maps of this size because Alcaras is going to continue to give himself breathing room. He would prefer room to breathe than room to play Carthage. Auro could have taken first pick in this game and he elected to give it to Alcaras, so Alcaras ran Carthage, but Alcaras has made the decision that he would rather a larger map. As far as I'm aware, I'm assuming he's going to keep this trend up for the rest of the tournament. He would rather a larger map and safety to develop than his preferred first pick. He'll take, if he has to Babylon or Hattie or Rome himself, he'll deal with it. But he'd rather not be doing dual squares for the rest of the tournament. Get a free settler from the Romans. We did go patrons down here on this site. And yeah, we had both settlers ready, but we weren't able to settle a second city. So this is another example of orders coming back to bite us, coming back to haunt us, the lack of orders. Really hoping that we could get all these camps on quickly. And that is going to be part of the difference. If we look over in Carthage, these pastures and camps are already pretty online. There's 3 of them online here. Again, garrisons in these cities. We really, really, really need Rome to start building garrisons. I think that's going to get in the way of him trying to secure any wonders, which is unfortunate. But if we look around Rome, yeah, shit, we're just not seeing any garrisons, guys. Turn 50.
There is one garrison in Bononia.
Hey, Champsy. Okay, perfect. All right, we finally have a garrison, and we've actually expanding south along the border with that too. I don't hate that. That's clever use of expansion there, coastal expansion.
The problem we're having right now.
But he needs
if
more.
you're
Why are we
looking at
building a
Rome-
moat? Oh my god, dude. What is happening?
Let him have his moat. His moat is great. He has a lake next to it. Okay.
I
You
think the problem
understand
I
his
have with
scenery.
this. I think a problem I have with this is I think, and Auro, if you listen to this, I say this with every bit of respect. You've played some amazing games, and you're a good player, and you've gone far. You made it this far, right? And you play well, and you've made some great decisions in this game. But I think the problem that Auro is going to have right now is he's planning, rather, not even playing. He's planning the long game against a player who, if he's been watching the tournament, he knows has a proven track record of having an insane endgame. Now, I haven't watched every one of Auro's matches. I know he can. I know his Mojo match. He did get there, but that to me just strikes me as a risk. I didn't really watch the Klaus versus Auro one where Klaus had it like insane 500 stone per turn, so I don't know what Auro's endgame looks like consistently. But that's your bet you're making. The bet you're making is that on a turn 120, my empire is going to be stronger, better, and more efficient than yours. And I just don't think that that's a bet that most players want to make against Alcaras. Yeah, I agree with Soren. I think they're the now. Is it right in this next 5 turns? No, he still needs to. There's still things that he needs to do to get things in order. He needs to migrate units to the front line. He needs to clear these stuff or whatever else, right? But I think the game he's playing is different. This to me for Auro is an 80 turn game. That's what Auro should be playing. So we're on turn 50. There's 30 turns left in the game. Auro's playing like there's 60 turns left in the game, and I don't think that's the game that you want to play right now. A, against Alcaraz, but B, looking on the map and seeing the board state that we know. Of course, Auro won't see this until he has portcullis, but the board state. Auro doesn't want a 60-turn game against the Empire that we're looking at. And that was the same decision I made in my game. It's like, I lost. It was turn 70, I think, where I surrendered. I lost the position to play a 60 to 80 turn game against Alcaraz. And then at that point, you need to look at the game state, your opponent and yours, and say, okay, is this a game where I'm going to win a 120 turn game? And boy, I did not have it in my game. And maybe Auro can get there in his game, but I worry that he might not be able to. I hope he can. But it's, again, we're on turn 50 and we have 1 garrison compared to an opponent who has several.
Let's get back a little bit to the game. You really went ham on that one. I felt it in your soul, man.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love the energy from you. Let's look at the order economy for Auro and why it is, excuse my French, a little bit on the sucky side. Right now he has 6 workers doing absolutely nothing. He's only 17 orders, only 5 workers actually doing any improvement.
Yeah.
He has a couple of upgrades in the middle, like he has horses, elephants that are not upgraded or not improved on. The main issue he's having is that I'm noticing that he's picking the wrong things to improve. That's the main problem that he's having. He's not. You're right. He's not taking
Well,
care of his
that's what that
garrisons.
rant was about. He's not going on. He has no garrisons. Basically, the rant stemmed from that because like even now, like you said, he's building iron in Valencia. No, you have 400 stone in the stockpile. That should be a garrison. Like yes, we want the
Yes.
iron, but that should be a garrison. Every worker right now in his empire should be building a garrison, or if not a garrison, improving a camp or pasture that gives him an order or a half an order. You know.
Or worst case scenario, if you are saving that stone, which is valid, you're aiming for that mausoleum.
Yeah, no, of course he's aiming for the mausoleum. That's what I assume is happening. I think he's stockpiling for the mausoleum.
But even then, it doesn't take a lot for you to use some wood. Well, actually, you do need the wood for the mausoleum. Never mind.
Yeah, that's the other
Shoving
issue
trees.
that we have here is strong capital in Roma. We're looking at 18.5 science compared to, well, I guess we still have this shit governor on the throne. Okay, Queen Alcara the Great, age 66, is severely ill.
Finally.
Yeah.
That woman did not want to die.
Yeah. So we'll get a zealot for Alcaris. I mean, pretty solid timing for it too.
So that science rate in the capital for Carthage right now is 38.6, and the governor has 13 wisdom, 109% increase, guys. Just 109%.
Yeah.
Discontent level 5. So in total, without the governor, the science it would bring is 19, I would say.
Yeah.
18.
Yeah, she's bringing in 22.9 science right now. In fact, in total, both with her global yield and the governor yield, she's bringing in 43 science per turn, just about.
Yep.
So that's going to be that's what Alcaris not Alcaris. That's what Auro desperately needs, because if we shave off 40 science from Alcaris, that puts him at 60 science, comparable to Auro. So that will create a window. That will create. I just saw Filthy's comment about the remote rush. Yeah, I'm not feeling it. This is going to be a talking point at the end of this match for sure. But that is a nice window, nice news for Auro that the science is going to equalize heavily soon. Can keep him in the game long term. So it blunts a little bit of what I said about going on that rant about the long term, because I was envisioning a world where Alcaris is he hit 100 science and that's where he's at. But no, he's about to take a 40 science hit, which is going to be awesome for Auro. Let's take a look at worker comparisons. Yeah, 18 to 12. So still a little bit of an advantage there for Alcaris. We're building 1 more, 2 more, 3 more, 4 more. So 5. All right, that's the other thing. Even the moat, I would rather that be another worker. I mean, we may not have the orders, but then the worker could finish and then start a garrison. I don't know. But all right, so we have 5 more workers coming out of Rome compared to no more workers coming out in Carthage, which is nice, because those 5 workers in Rome will actually equalize this to about 17 workers, I think, for Rome, plus or minus 1. So they'll have about the same worker count by the time our boy Auro finishes all those workers. However,
but does he have the order to use them?
No.
Ooh, there we go for Alcaraz.
Yeah.
We have hydraulics on the table. 6 turns.
Disgusting.
Alcaraz is about to explode.
Yeah. I mean, this is pretty much the same strategy he just ran against me. I think this is going to be a 58 turn hydraulics. He got hydraulics on turn 62 in our game that we just finished up in the last week. So yeah, I mean, pretty standard stuff here. He's getting navigation early. He's getting mill drill early. He's getting his 4 to 5 laws early. Shooting up to hydraulics.
This is gonna be the meta from now on. Everyone tries to shoot up to hydraulics. Because if that's the case, I don't want to play this game anymore. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Well, it is. There are some things, meta or not, there are some things that become more obvious the more experience you get. It's like, for example, all the bullshit I've done against you with forts, for example. I mean, forts are so hard to break into. So it's like, once you realize that, and you get your stone econ online, and you realize, yes, someone's about to attack you, but hey, all you need to do is hold the line and that's it. Well, then you spam a bunch of forts and then the battle becomes a nightmare.
Yes.
Soren asked where, so just to recap, the majority of Alcaraz's raw science right at the moment is actually around 60. He's getting 40 science from his ruler right now. 20, he has a 13 wisdom schemer on the throne. 20.8 is from the global yield. 22.8 is from her being a governor in Carthago who has a base science rate of 21. So strong science output from the capital. Now, if we look over at Rome instead, it actually has a similar base rate at about, 16. So it's behind a little bit. So like behind by 5. But that governor, that ruler who's finally doomed, is going to cause Alcaraz to take a 43 to 44 science hit in his kingdom, which will equalize the nations a little bit. But he did get a little bit ahead here, get closer to hydraulics, and that's what you need with these schemer science-based openers. You want to get to something strong like portcullis, not that's funny, not portcullis. Land consolidation or hydraulics. I opted for land consolidation in my game and didn't really leverage it, but and also the map could have been better. It was still pretty decent, but you want to get to land consolidation early or hydraulics early, because then that will replace your character-based science that you relied on for the first 30 to 40 turns with raw science.
All right, military drill is over for Auro. He has the option between forestry, free onager stirrups, or architecture.
There's some interesting
I
choices.
I think it's a no-brainer here. You go forestry, you go to land consolidation.
Yeah.
You have a lot of groves in here. It should gap up. He goes for architecture. Okay.
It's interesting because I wonder if with complete map knowledge, if there'd be any merit to grabbing stirrups. Because depending on how aggressive Alcaraz wants to be, if your opponent starts launching ballistas at you from across the map, man, having horsemen would be fantastic. But otherwise, it's just not, wouldn't be a great grab. But I wonder if it would be an interesting left field early beeline that could surprise some people.
You can tell by the laws active from your opponent. You can tell what side of the tree they're gonna go for or they're going for.
Yeah, of course. You know, when you see an early constitution or an early tyranny, you can pretty much assume someone's going to have onagers right around the corner, for sure. We're rushing some trappers in.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, now I get it. He goes architecture for engineering.
Yes.
And tries to build a mausoleum from there.
Yes.
Or build whatever he needs to build from there.
Yeah, he got 100 stone per turn, which is actually quite nice. Let's take it to a comparison of that at the moment. Both players are about 100 stone per turn, plus or minus, 10 or whatever, because the graph doesn't update to the actual turn that we're currently on. Depending on what part of the turn we're in. So, all right. Yeah, no, I dig that. I think grabbing the mausoleum will be great. If nothing else, to deny it from Alcaraz. It's unfortunate that it's costing so much garrison and barracks timing in order to do that, because, we're going to need to wait. Museum, rather. I think I said mausoleum, but I meant museum. Yeah, we could get this in 2 turns, because the wood we could just chop. We could send a worker into these forests and just chop a shitload of this.
Yeah, that would be a bad idea. And you don't have to fully chop it. You can half chop it, half remove it. So you have options here.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll probably see
honestly, next turn, if he goes on a chopping spree, he should be, realistically speaking, able to get it.
Well, then that's the other thing. If you're going to do that, you don't even need to wait for architecture.
Yes.
He's selling some stone now. Food is actually the most expensive commodity in this game so far.
Which makes sense, because Alcaraz is just rushing into urban specialist.
Yeah. Filthy did the math for us. 400 stone is 20 chops. Yep. And 1 worker in a forest with, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. With 9 orders can get us 6 chops. 9 orders is 6 chops. Assuming that you didn't start on a tile that you could chop. So it's a move, chop, chop, move, chop, chop, etc. 3 orders for full
Rome
clear.
has 4 fatigue. That's 12.
Oh, right. Okay, so yeah, a Rome could do 12 chops. 12 chops. So actually,
All right.
2 workers in the woods could actually, again, assuming you're the orders and Rome is stuck on orders right now.
That's the drop in science. We are back to 68 for Alcaraz.
There it is. Also a
With
judge
his
on the throne.
judge leader. Yes, he got bypassed to a judge. The zealot is gonna have to wait.
Interesting. Keeping the zealot on the back burner, much rather preferring a mid-game judge. Makes sense. That's a powerful lead. Now, what we want to see here for, the gods have been favoring Alcaraz in this game, but this is the time. This was a bypass decision. It really would be nice to see Hanno the Younger take issue with being bypassed for the throne and maybe tell Alcaraz how he feels about that. Because, yeah, that would put a little bit of take the wind out of Alcaraz's sails a little bit and maybe help equalize the situation a bit more. Wow, the order discrepancy is just so crazy, though. Look at this. 44 orders per turn to 22.
All right, first elephant is out. It deals 5 damage to the Thracian. The Peltest with 5 strength.
There it is.
That's not bad.
Yeah, these camps get pretty beefy after a while. They really do.
Mm-hmm.
Which is another reason why it's important to
second elephant coming? No second elephant coming. No. Carthago is strong in culture.
Yep.
We have the Adur Burzan Meher, which is the Zoroastrian legendary wonder being built.
Yes, we
in
do.
2
right
turns.
Here. Nice grab off that. Gonna boost that culture. Trying to make sure that he has pathways, quick pathways to strong culture if the game goes that long, and it's very much looking like the game will go into 8 strength unit territory. Another reason why we have an apprentice poet coming out here. We actually have 24 turns to strong now on Leptis Magna. Just demonstrates the difference a little bit of momentum can give you when you can drop from 80 turns to 24. And the champ seat is now 56 turns away from developing. But we have trappers coming online here to speed that up as well.
We don't have an Udayon there. We definitely should be considered getting an Udayon in Bononia.
Mm-hmm. What I find fascinating is that we did establish agent networks in Rome, rather. Where are we? Rome. But I dislike that we didn't just declare war and, I mean, we are at war. I dislike that we didn't just get ourselves to one of these forests back here and, get straight for the capital.
It's a long way to get there, and there aren't any trees to really hide in.
There's a tree right here. I'm looking directly at 2 of them. Well, actually, is that in the borders? My bad.
That's in the borders, yeah.
Wait, no, it's not, is it? No, it's not. There's two trees. There's 3 trees right here.
Yes, but he doesn't have the vision for it.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't know exactly where it is. Huh? And with point symmetry, it's really hard to...
Point symmetry does make it a little harder. He does have the information, but yeah, no, you're not wrong. It does make it harder to be like, wait, is there actually a tree there?
Yeah.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Alcaraz has pretty decent vision of his opponent. I like the position of these 2 scouts. Really killing me with this moat here.
We are now back to Auro. Auro starts with 21 orders.
Hydraulics in 7 turns for Alcaraz, by the way. So it wasn't impacted too much by that death.
Petra is on the way to developing in 10 turns with a theater on the table that just got upgraded.
Soren, unfortunately, no one who plays Alcaraz, if he keeps winning, will get that choice. The way we have the tournament mapped out, is that whoever is on the bottom half of the pairing, basically we couldn't figure out a way to make the who gets first pick or who gets map and all the things like that. So we basically effectively made it random in the sense that we just decided to somewhat arbitrarily assign it to the lower ranked person, because ultimately what that assumes, the way the bracket pans out, is that whoever's on the bottom match is coming from a worse position. No, it's not a coin flip. It's not a coin flip. So Alcaras actually will very likely take Matt pick for the remainder of the tournament if he keeps winning. So whoever wants to beat him is going to have to beat him at his own game. Which, I mean, hey, if you want competition, there it is. That's competition. I mean, no one. I was the last person who got the opportunity to really stick it to Alcaraz in terms of map gen, and I even chose not to. I chose a wide map. I could have gone square. I could continent, and really pushed him out of his comfort zone, but I didn't feel like it. I wanted to have a little bit of a longer game. I didn't feel like rushing him instantly. I probably should have, but you know, hey, here we are.
All right, I did a quick count to see on Auro's side how many improvement can be made to give himself orders. That is 6 of them. We got 3 elephants, 4 elephants and 2 horses that could be improved. That's 3 orders.
Yeah.
Sitting there waiting for him to upgrade it.
Yeah, and also 8 garrisons, which is another 4 orders. So he's sitting on 7 orders he has access to. Pure luck. When playing dual maps, is the point total required typically increase in the settings? I feel like they tend to range in the up 30. Yes, part of the standard tournament settings, and I think it seems to be par for the course in typical multiplayer duels, although everybody tends to do something a little bit differently. But yeah, it's pretty common that the point total to win is set to high. You can go very high, but we don't tend to do that. But it is set higher because basically in this game, if your vote wasn't set high, Alcaraz could literally probably just win off of all the territory he has and spamming wonders. So the idea is that we want to encourage at least some conflict, but we also want to leave point victories on the table, you know, and also cover a variety of different strategies, which is part of the reason why Tiny is still on offer in this tournament. Also, Duel didn't exist before the tournament started, so Duel came online pretty much right as the tournament got started. Tiny maps used to be the standard for dueling, and
they are too big for dueling, to be fair, to be honest.
yes.
There's 33 cities on this map right here. 33 cities. By the time we finish settling them, I would have died of boredom and actually surrendered.
Yeah, we all have different tastes. Yeah, Filthy. You're not wrong. Filthy's just finally catching up to the idea that we do not have statesmen as Rome. Yes, we went landowners, champions, and patrons. It was a bit of a real big curiosity because the first settle was patrons. Fine, whatever. Second settle was landowners, which caused both me and Nizar to freak out about what they would be bringing in. No, why? And then we got another statesman and another landowners, and here we are. Why do I sound like do I sound like I'm underwater or something? I have a cold, if that's what you're getting at.
I'm looking at it. Your mic kind of changed a little bit, actually.
Oh, okay.
There we go. That's more like it.
All right. Well.
So, we still have a settler for Rome that is still sitting in Roma doing nothing. That settler has been out, I think, for more than 5 turns. Legendary for Roma on the way in 11 turns. That would be great. That's a potential color.
That's amazing!
Colosseum. So maybe he can even ignore the museum and go for Colosseum and just end the game right then
That
and
I
there.
don't think that would be enough to end the game, but a free swordsman is definitely
He already
fantastic.
has it. He already has it marked up on the map. And the Circus Maximum already on the map. And Jebel Barkal. He
Okay,
doesn't even have the museum on the map.
okay.
Oh, he does. He does
He does
actually.
it. He
Never
does
mind.
have it. Yeah, he got an estate in the capital. Yeah, we weren't tracking the capital. We got to strong, and then we kind of forgot about this for a bit. So good pickup, Nazar. Yeah, we're 11 turns from Legendary City. That's going to be a turn 65 at least. Legendary City in this map. So he's going to get first dibs on whatever he wants. I would not be surprised if Colosseum is the first grab. Maybe Circum Maximus next for denial and also super zippy horses. In fact, let's go look at Alcaras because Alcaras is trying his best here, back here, to, he had this kind of Odeon complex mapped out. Let's see what we got. We're still 50 turns away from Legendary. Yeah. So, but this is the thing about rushing to Legendary. It's like, yes, I think a Coliseum early would make sense because it's still going to take you time to build the damn thing. So you want the swordsmen when by the time fighting actually breaks out. So that would be quite cool. However, outside of that, you still probably want to grab the museum first just so your opponent doesn't get it.
We do have an estate in Roma, just to give people an idea
Yeah.
for them to understand, with 4 luxuries sent to the city. So that happiness meter is only gonna go higher.
Yes, yes. And also, I don't know if this was a question or somebody pointing this out, or Filthy pointing this out, but yes, the one really nice thing about patrons too, if you're specifically rushing the Colosseum, is that you can actually afford the estate because the estate caps out at -6 training, right? But the Colosseum gives you training per pop. So we're already at 6 pop. So yeah, you're correct that that's going to neutralize the estate. And then any future population, it's just going to increase training yield. So it's basically the estate is really, really great for rushing to legendary, especially if the Colosseum is in the game, because then once you get that capstone, you basically negate the disadvantage of having the estate in the first place. So not too bad synergy there. Still doing a moat though. This is driving me insane.
Okay,
Oh,
buddy. It's okay.
he has built Chthon.
Wait, what?
He has built Chthon as he's not building the Chthon, but he had it labeled in Petra. So yeah, it looks like I think Auro is going to try and wonder spam this thing. That's the idea behind the moat. I suspect. I mean, he's going to need to build more quarries, but that's I guess why he has no freaking orders or garrisons being built, because apparently he thinks he could just sit back and wonder spam. Which I mean, hey, if it works, I hope it works. Architecture will be coming online. He's going to need more civics. Building another bireme. Interesting choice there.
He's building a bireme on the northern side this time, not the southern side.
I don't understand why. Okay, whatever.
To bridge the gap between Betra and Banana.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
Because right now he's trying to kill that Numidian camp.
Mm-hmm.
And when he was trying to kill it, a hurricane happened and
where
lowered the health of his. Oh yeah, last turn. A hurricane happened in Petra, which lowered the health of the chariot that
and it
he
died?
spent. No, it lived. It
Oh.
lived, but he spent 3 turns trying to heal that unit.
Oh yeah.
And it got back down.
The thing has been taking forever. Yeah, it's like this is the shitty thing about not having an orders. It's like like where is his military? He's actually clearing north, which I don't. He's like really not going to take the center. This blows my absolute mind. I just am very frustrated by this. I guess he just doesn't want to fight Alcaras or create pressure point, but I just feel like he's really letting go of an advantage he had early on, in that he could have just secured so much tactical strength and strong territory. I think these upper and lower city locations in the center are close enough that the borders would have collapsed. If you take the northern central site, the southern central site, and these 2 middle sites, which I fully believe Rome could have done at some point if he planned for it. I think buying tiles along these coasts, these borders are close enough that they would collapse so that
They would.
you just get perfect movement. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's prepping a long game here, a much longer game than I would have expected. Let's take a look at the science now, though, because it should have equalized. Yeah, Alcaras, huge dip down. Now we're looking at 78 to 60 for Auro.
All right.
But there's a science that gap is now nearly 1,000 science different between the two players.
Looking at the air of Uro right now, the air is blessed, magic practitioner, and romantic. So
That's nice.
wonderful, wonderful combo.
Yeah, certainly good for different opinions. In fact, let's look at the politics. Politics in Rome is pretty fantastic. The Jews are happy. The patrons obviously are happy, which is actually quite nice considering there's a shitload of patron cities. There's 5 patron cities. They're all friendly, which is very, very nice. The landowners are going to be grumpy for the rest of the game because they have the Lewis cities, but even them, they're doing okay. And the champs are pagan. Got to get them converted to Judaism at some point, but doing all right.
Looking at the families for Alcaraz on Carthage, the traders are negative 196. They are not happy right now.
Yeah, we got to get them converted to Zoroastrianism to right that ship. The Zoros love us, though, so that is fixable. And in fact, we are converting religion at the moment, so Alcaraz is on the job.
He is converting the religion of the Duchess, his niece, second in line, 22 years old. No. It is the oligarch head is Zoro, but he's hoping right now that it clicks.
Well, we can do the math on that, actually, because right now there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pagans, and there's only 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 3 Zoros, but the leader counts as 2, so it's 5 to 2 at the moment. So converting 1 or maybe 2 more will have it swap to Zoro.
I did not know that. I did not know that it's up to the total family members, not up to. Thought it was only the oligarch head.
Nope, it's up to the total number of families. Basically, think of it this way: everybody counts as 1 point. The oligarch counts as 2, and anyone on the council counts as like half a point or 0.7, something weird like that. So that's why you want to start with your oligarchs. But then, if you look along the list of people who are religious, just start converting anybody that's of the wrong religion to the correct religion that you want, and it will eventually help them overlap. And yeah, just 1 point per guy.
The more you know.
And 2 for the oligarch. Yeah, very useful.
To add more to the situation in Rome, right now he sent luxuries. 4 luxuries to the
families.
He
has a shitload, yeah.
Which
11
is
luxuries.
Interesting. Because I would have sent it to the
4,
cities
wow.
at this point. Especially Pannonia, I would have sent all type of luxuries in there. Just to make sure that it gets to strong as soon as possible. So that's just a nitpick move.
Maybe we'll see that happen after the legendary. He could always, once he hits legendary in the capital, he could opt to remove a bunch of these luxuries and start spreading them around. That's something I like to do every now and then.
Well, maybe after opulence too.
You could keep one. Well, you're going to want to keep one for the estate, because if you don't leave a luxury in there, you'll get an event about the people being grumpy, and it can spawn rebels and other bad shit. So once the estate's in the city, you want to keep the at least 1 luxury in the city. I mean, what are we building now? Barracks, great. We're building Shrine of Sol, fantastic. There's a really nice spot for it. Still, I guess could use more garrisons, but again,
that is a perfect Shrine of Sol, and it's also in the capital too.
Yeah. I think given the fact that we have such high stone income, in fact, let's look at the stone income now too, because I think Auro has better stone income. Yeah, we do. It's 122 to 85, so that's a nice advantage for Auro at the moment. And I don't know though. I feel like even though we're so close to legendary, you have to know that you're going to win the race with 3 precious in your capital and an estate against
4.
your 4 precious in your capital and an estate against an
Sorry,
opponent.
precious 3. You're right.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
meant I heard luxuries.
whatever. Oh, and you're doing this luxury spam, right? So he has to be
Yeah.
confident that he's going to win this race. So I would love to see Auro put down the museum to secure it now, and then worry about the Colosseum or whatever legendary wonder he's going to grab. You want to start with the lower culture wonders first. Yeah, that way you can deny them from your opponent, right?
See.
Because again, if we look over at legendary, I mean, you're still going to want the Colosseum first just so you can get an early swordsman. That makes sense. But Alcaras is still 48 turns away from legendary. What's up?
So, if and that is only if Uro sells some of the food he has and some of the stone he has, not stone, I mean iron he has, he can build a museum right now, right here, right now.
Yeah, I think what I expect he's doing is, or suspect that he's doing, is that now that he's on architecture, he's probably thinking, I might as well just wait. He has a sizable chunk of civics, and if he starts wonder spamming after architecture, that's going to translate long term into massive savings. So I suspect we are going to see an
problem.
Yeah.
Ooh,
What?
goods boost for Alcaraz. It is
Yeah.
happening right now in 2 turns. That
Oh.
museum, I am willing to tell you right now, is gonna go to Alcaraz.
Yeah. Yeah, good boost is going to help him.
100% Alcaraz is gonna have it.
Yeah, he's going to get museum. Yeah, because that's the food. That's all the wood he needs, right? So yeah,
Yes.
and he's got
And
the
the
gold.
stone almost.
It's literally, yeah, good catch. He's gonna finish good boost and then immediately build the museum. And he's
And
now,
he has monasterism already.
yep, and he has his mills ready to start coming online. He's also has, yeah, he's building monasteries now. 3 monasteries are being constructed at the same time. Look at this efficiency, guys. I feel like I've been so interested in what Auro has been doing that, not enough a time has been attention to Alcaraz's classic efficiency here. But look at this. Look at this. We have, excuse me, I'm about to sneeze. Sorry. We have 3 monasteries being built, which is science and civics. We have 2 windmills being built. Hydraulics was just discovered, right? And probably more windmills were going to be built along here. Monasteries were so monasteries were just finished. It's like his science is about to skyrocket. His economy is about to skyrocket. Building another windmill right here. Yeah, man. He's
Another
on fire.
city for Alcaraz here.
And now he's getting ready. He's taken the peninsula. He is now completely lined up. Both players 10 city. That was the 10th city. Auro Audio had the 10th city, but Auro looks like he's more or less stopped expanding. He's going for this Numidian site, I guess, and is just, I don't know, doing whatever he's doing at Petra. I mean, that's the other thing. If you're going to do this, just piece the tribe, man. Don't deal with the raids forever. If you're not going to expand and you're going to sit back, hang tight, fine. I kind of hate it, but if you're going to do it, send a peace mission to the tribe. It's not that expensive. It's a couple of training. You were a zealot. You have 1 million training. Yeah, you have 800 training. No reason not to
Even
peace
without
this
the
out.
zealot, his training is 123.
Yeah. So no excuse not to piece out a tribe if you're not going to expand towards it. The biremes are just hanging out, Soren. They're just hanging out. We have 1 more on the way, so maybe he was waiting for a squad of them. But yeah, they could actually be policing these raids and making sure that they don't hit the land at all. Pretty sure he had one when the first one crossed. No, he got he got his yeah. All right.
Moving.
There we go. The bireme is actually policing the raid. So he's on top of it now. Great.
2 turns till architecture is on the table and researched.
Yeah.
One turn upcoming for Alcaraz for goods boost. Who's gonna get that wonderful museum? I think I already know the answer. I
Yeah.
think I know where my money is.
Yep. 20 science in Carthago as well, so it won't be it won't be too bad of a museum.
20 science in Roma too. Without a governor even.
Yeah, Soren raises an interesting point here. He says even just making Alcaris aware that Auro was expanding faster would prevent Alcaris from booming so much. And I agree. This is one of the things why I think it's such a gamble to play this type of game, because you really are just, you're basically trying to say, I play this entire game better than you. All my workers' decisions, and also luck, right? Like everything. You're just banking everything going in your favor. But if as soon as you create a border, you force your opponent to have to think about what you're capable of doing. Can you get rushed? Are bireams going to anchor? Are ballistas going to show up? But by sitting back and hanging back here, and Alcaraz is seeing this, he has these scouts. Alcaraz sees, for whatever reason, he can either think that there's a problem back at home that he can't spot, or that, Auro is just content to sit back and develop. Either way, it tells Alcaraz he's allowed to do the same thing. And Alcaraz is really booming efficiency-wise. Indeed.
Alright, orders are out. This is one of the most 2 turns exciting moment for me. Just seeing whether that museum goes to Auro or to Alcaraz. It's only 1 turn different. And to make it even better, Auro has all the resources he needs
It's a shame.
to
Auro can
make it
build,
happen.
or Auro can build it. It's really a shame. Or I think this is a misplay. I appreciate architecture. I understand saving up resources for this massive wonder spam you're about to encounter. But museum is valuable enough that you want to grab it, and you just need to make sure you grab it. And it's just shit luck that because like Alcaraz doesn't have a massive economy right now. Like he has good stone income or whatever, but he's about to get. Oh, actually, he just spent a bunch of stone. So maybe he won't build it next turn. Fascinating. This actually is going to come down to the wire, because it's 2 turns on architecture. I'm with you, Nazar. I'm curious who's actually going to get this thing now. I thought Alcaraz was hanging back on his stone. He's actually just sold more of it, or used more of it.
Turns, it is Alcaraz's turn right here. Maybe he thinks he has enough gold to cover the income. Udeon, Shrine of Tenet, being built for Alcaraz. Maybe he feels he doesn't need the museum, which is a weird move. Windmill is being built.
Nearly every single city for Alcaraz has a monastery by now, and it's worth noting that by the time Alcaraz gets not Port, I keep mixing these two up for some reason, land consolidation, all of these potential groves, or the majority of them anyway, are going to have 1 or more monasteries next to them. So Alcaraz is on point with that as well. And I don't think Alcaraz is going to be content to just sit back. I would fully expect him to start taking territory towards his opponent.
4 minutes and 30 seconds into the timer. 17 orders. 1 turn into architecture.
Wow, still only 17 orders. That just sucks.
Well, he does have only 6 improvements. Don't worry about it.
Well,
kind of soul 1 turn. Worker in Paventia 1 turn. With a miner popping up in Valentia.
Gotta get those garrisons online, guys. Especially if you're
Build
not
those
going to run
horses
sticks.
and elephants.
Yeah, but you're up against a statesman's family. You had statesmen. You didn't choose it. Fine, whatever. But that's the other thing I always think about. I said this in my post-game chat with Alcaraz. As soon as I play Carthage, I immediately think, awesome. I'm starting the game in a 4 science hole, because you know he's going to settle riders, that's 2. You know he's going to settle state, that's 3. And you know after he settles traders, riders, states, his 4th city is also going to be states. So within 15 turns, there's basically free serfdom on the map for your opponent, and you have to figure out a way that you're going to cover up that deficit as fast as you can.
All right,
Fact.
production is being made. Pannonia is going for council.
Alcaras
Another
has
settler popping up. I think he forgot about the settler he already made.
that was a free settler from drama, but yeah, it does look like he forgot it. Alcaras has generated and spent 500 more orders than his opponent in this game currently, by the way. And that's all going to translate to efficiency. And that's the thing. I also said this in the post-game chat, but it's applicable here. Even if it's not efficiency, right? Think about that number. 500 extra orders in 60 turns, right? Think about something. Even if Alcaras is misclicking, even if Alcaras builds the wrong thing or like has to double back because he, moved a unit in the wrong direction, right? That's an extra 500 orders worth of mistakes that Alcaras is able to make that Alcaras can't, that Auro can't afford. So even ignoring the snowballing of efficiency, think about it in terms of, we're playing network, we're playing live, there's no undo, so we're bound to misclick, we're bound to make a mistake, we're bound to not play completely efficiency, and you gain efficiency even on that front, because even if Alcaras wastes 200 orders, if both players wasted 100, 200 orders, is still up.
All right, land consolidation on the table, or being Alcaraz.
Oh boy, more science,
He had
more
the
science.
option between free camel, archer, coinage, and composite, but make it even more fun for the situation. Museum, 2,355 gold needed for it to be built right here, right now by Alcaraz. Does he have it? I think if he sold all of his iron, he does have it. But he just spent all of his gold.
Nice. That's good news for Auro. That's great news for Auro, because isn't he getting... He's getting architecture this turn.
Yes. He's getting
architecture
this turn.
I can't
Let's
believe
take a look if
Alcaraz
he
actually
has
had the opportunity.
Civics. He does have enough civics to get it. I say that the museum now is going for Auro 100%.
Yeah,
I think that's
I would
a
hope so.
misstep.
I would hope so. That's delightful.
Alcaraz.
I mean, generally speaking, Alcaraz is doing just fine. But yeah, this is a really nice grab for Auro, I think. The fact that Alcaraz just let the museum slip out of his hands in this current position. Because here it is. We're coming to Rome's turn now. Architecture online. Let's see if he remembers. It can be easy in network play to forget about this type of stuff. Be like, oh shit, I meant to do that.
Does he have a worker? Yes, he does have a worker ready and lined up.
There's a worker.
He needs 400 wood, but he doesn't even need to get it. He has the gold or the money for it.
Architecture would discount it. Architecture discounts it to like 300.
Here we go. Engineering in.
Engineering in.
Engineering has been picked.
Ah, so excited over simple things.
Does he get the museum? He has the worker.
Museum, come on.
In position.
9 orders left. Don't not build the museum. What is he gonna do? Is he gonna build Chthon instead? Don't build the Chthon instead. Build the museum.
Here we go. That's in position.
That's not the position.
Nope.
A cold bath. Because, whatever. Who cares? It's just, nothing matters, right?
Don't worry about it, buddy.
God damn it. That would have been so efficient.
Just let it slide. Let it off the hook.
So,
it's fine.
My question now is he really just waiting for
Coliseum?
That doesn't make any sense. You can actually afford both at this point. It's going to be another 6 turns. You can afford both of them. Build the museum, start the museum now, get the Coliseum in 6 turns. He has the stone income for it. That doesn't make any sense.
He does have it.
Coliseum.
Just FYI to the viewers, right now at this moment with the mills, Alcaraz has the same stone production as Auro.
Yeah. That was such a disappointing turn. I was really expecting a 1-2 punch there. Just boom, and Alcaras gave him the opportunity. So now it's still anybody's game who gets museum. And I mean, 20 science in the Roman capital versus 21 science in the Carthage one. So that's not, he's about to get a new specialist, so it's now 25. But like that's the type of gap that you want to make up with the museum. How could he do this to us?
Especially if you know your opponent is not just learned, they're erudite, and that's the museum out. Is with Alcaraz.
Yeah.
Museum with Alcaraz.
Oh, hi, buddy. Hi.
Alcaraz goes for the museum.
He did? He do it? Oh my god!
Alcaraz goes for the museum. Auro must be kicking himself down.
I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. This is incredible. It was perfect. It was perfect. Alcaraz had his chance to do this last turn and didn't. Auro had his chance. He had that one window, literally down to the turn. Down to the turn. I know. And didn't manage to do it. That is just...
Oh, that just hurts.
That hurts me in my soul, in my bones, and in places I just can't even mention. That's just terrible. That is rough, buddy. That is rough. It's like you had it.
I am speechless.
Auro, you had the idea. I know if you watch this, again, we all love you. We're rooting for you in some ways. But I mean, like, man, that's just like, you were right there.
You're making it really hard for me to root for you, man. Come on.
You were right there. You have everything working for you. You have all the resources you need. How much would it cost? Do we have a math on that now? I think it... Yeah.
For what? For Auro?
Yeah, for Auro. How much would
it... Free!
Yeah, basically.
600 stone and 300 wood. Which he already had. He had more than that.
What a guy.
He had 300... He had 400 or 350 wood.
Yeah.
And 1200 stone? Or the 900?
All right, well, that it is what it is. We move on. We pick our chin up, and we stay at it, I guess. We're building a stronghold in Bononia, so that's nice. We have our 6 strength unit ready to come online. Alcaraz is at 6 laws, which is a little bit...
That unit is getting demolished by Scythians.
Is it going to die next? No, it's our turn now, so we can save it. We have something nearby, a chariot. Yeah. Ah, what a loss. What a devastating thing. Let's grab vaulting. I don't know why, but let's just do it. That sounds fun. I'm kidding. Don't grab vaulting. Although, who was that?
Calligraphy.
Yeah, I actually Sage. I played a game as Greece, and I saged in architecture, and then I did beeline vaulting for some reason, just for shits, by turn 33, and I actually ended up winning that game, which was shocking.
Right now, if I was Auro, I would say, hey, I need a break. Let's play it next week.
Yeah, it could be that. He could need a break. Wait, we're building walls in Faventia. Yeah, man, I think Auro's playing a different game, guys. I hate to say it.
Okay, yeah, he's blocking blocking that way completely and shielding it.
There we go.
All right, that's the route. That's another hit.
Nice. Good clearing up.
One order. No wonder on site.
Yeah, right. Still no one.
Line it toward that museum.
Yeah. So the museum certainly would have tipped Auro off to the Wonder Game, but I think he's got the Wonder Game in mind. I think he's just going to build all the legendaries, which, I mean, I'm not feeling that. Get yourself the Jebel. The Jebel is another high volley. Start that.
Yeah, and he has... I mean, he can spread the Jewish religion by the time the Jebel is over.
Yeah, he has plenty of time. Plenty of time. Yeah, and that's going to deal...
Be all Jewish.
Yeah, and that's going to make up a crucial issue that he has right now, which is orders. So, like, that's the other thing. It's like, don't get me wrong. I get
I love the idea of being like, okay, I'm going to grab architecture, I'm going to stockpile all this stone, I'm going to build all these legendary wonders, and screw you, I'm patrons, deal with it, right? But you don't need to not build any of the wonders on the way.
Right?
Like, he has Jebel marked down. It's like, just get it started, because now Alcaras, I don't think, can start the Jebel now, because he can't, but Auro doesn't know that. So it's like, secure it.
Alright, out of order for Auro here.
Crazy. We have an anchor out by Thera for the Carthaginians. He's going to start clearing down south, too. So Alcaras will be the first person who starts taking multiple routes across the map, which, I mean, yeah, honestly, I find a little bit shocking that he's going to continue to set the pace moving forward. But we are well into the mid-game now, and Alcaras is doing Alcaras things, and he's got a lot of stuff going for him. He's got his mills out in the open. He has a baseline science of 100, which is, plenty solid where you want to be in the mid game. 100 science on turn 60 is fine. And he's got garrisons up. He has barracks up. He has just such great development in his cities. And if we look over to Rome, comparatively to his southern cities down here, no garrisons, no barracks, very little in the way of improvements. He's got a camp up. He's got a camp, but Alcaraz already has all of these cities very well developed down here, which is just unfortunate for Auro. I'm not understanding the walls here. We have walls, and this is like, again, I think there is a situation where a wall, a moat, even towers, where these things will pay off, where these things have strategic value. But I feel like if you're planning a wall, that just feels like it's the wrong tactic. You don't want the army hitting your city. You want to be beating them in the field. Land consolidation, 2 turns. The walls he has nothing of value. I don't know. Honestly, if you're just going to do nothing like that, I would rather a forum. I would rather a forum or treasury. Filthy says
Council, baby. Festivals.
Council, festival, and literally that's the order of operations. We have wall in the thing. I would do forum first. I would do treasury first. I would just run council first. I would run festival first. Anything in this project queue, or a warrior, or that doesn't make any sense. Oh, that's a great question. Is it autonomous? That could be. No, but this Petra could be. Petra is not autonomous. At least it isn't anymore. Maybe it was at some point.
All right, we are back to Auro here. I heard an upgrade sound. I don't know what he upgraded.
Yeah, I can never tell when you're trolling me, Filthy. Sorry. All right. 4 turns to legendary. Which, I mean, again, that's pretty good timing. That's 64 turn legendary. That's pretty solid. Hopefully it works out for him. In a situation like that, especially if you, this is Soren's point, right? Soren's mentioned a little bit ago, was, if you're going to play this conservative game, then you want to boom your economy, right? So I think for Auro here, with the game we have here at turn 61, if Auro did a scholarship beeline, well then hell yeah, now we're talking. Because we'd be getting a legendary, you could absolutely have scholarship around turn 60 or turn 70. So we would be getting a legendary city right now. We have no threat from Carthage coming across the bay, and we would be getting universities and, what's the other one, palaces online, the civic one. And they'd be getting their specialist in it, and then you could pop off and come back and backfill everything. Risky, conservative play behind that. Get jurisprudence, put elders in all of your, lately built barracks, because we don't have barracks down, right? So when we're building our barracks late, you can just hopefully, Gold Rush or Training Rush with a Zealot, a bunch of Elder Officers out. So that's a play that would make sense with the game that we're in here. I could see a Scholarship Beeline, but that did not, or we don't have Phalanx yet. So that didn't manifest itself. Yeah. Who's next? Nazar's not Nazar. Ninja's next. Yeah. That should be an interesting match. Doing some decrees. 100 civics per turn. Land consolidation, 2 turns for Carthage. Clearing a new site. Moon bases indeed. All right, what else is happening? See, this is the other thing that I find fascinating. Even this camp up here, right? The Numidian camp by Capua, whatever it is.
Capua.
I feel like Auro has just been like sparring with these Numidians. It doesn't seem like he's... Again, that could just be an order situation because he's focusing on economy. So never mind. Maybe I take that back. But yeah, no, it's just like he's just stalled.
All right. We have a sign from Auro that says build Jebel. It looks like the Jebel is being built soonish.
Nice. Not sure why.
Next turn, most likely.
Yeah, because he's probably waiting on the worker. Right, so where is that? He could also build the Chthon in 2 turns. He actually has, where he has the Chthon pinned, he has a worker standing. Is this it? Is he's prioritizing the Chthon first? And he has a ship that's doing defensive formation. Fun fact, if you really want to micro this, take a look at your promotions here, because if we look at the second ship, you could actually get Coxswain, which is plus 20% strength in national territory. So this would actually be the better defender. Promote Coxswain, then fortify it. But, I mean, whatever. Probably not going to be a big deal, because I don't think Alcaras is going to be able to muster enough power to come dislodge this thing.
He still has a Byreme. He can probably pull it off. Leptis Magna has 33 training. Byreme is 2 turns. Cotton will take, what, 12? Yeah.
True, and I guess all he really needs is a couple of fire ships.
Yeah. 1 fire ship, he can pull off what I did to you.
Now, yes, no, but you do realize that I allowed you to do that, right?
I mean, you planned it and all, but
that was awesome.
Matter. Point is, I used a fire ship.
Yeah. No, it was really, really fun. And it was cool, and it was amazing. Solver made fun of me saying it was a waste of resources, but I don't care. It was the funnest, coolest thing I've ever done. I want to know where this boat is being built. Oh, it's being built in the Southern Sea. That's great. So Rome is gonna have 3 ships to defend the Chthon, though. So I don't know. That's probably gonna be tricky. Back to Carthage. Do a stat recap in a little bit. Windmills everywhere. At 126 science per turn now.
That's impressive.
Yep. Polytheism is online, so Alcaras is planning on spamming shrines. We have no, we don't have mythology. We have legalism, which is fun. I like that one. All right. Another turn, a free worker in the Carthage. In Rome. Are we going to get ourselves the Jebel Barkal this turn? Secure it. Secure it from the enemy. This is one of the wonders that you really want. I mean, so was Museum, but I guess we're past that point.
He'll never be passive. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'll never forgive him.
The fact
Like,
that Alcaraz got to get away with it is beyond me.
I mean, that really did come down to like just one turn. It was like first it could have been Alcaraz's, but then he let it slip away, and then it could have been Auro, and then he let it slip away, and then Alcaraz grabbed it. It's wild. If Alcaraz let it go again, that would have been insane. But then I wonder if Auro would have built it.
All right, worker is on the position for Zebra Barkle.
Ah! Let's do it. Let's do it.
And he does have enough resources,
He has the resources. He
even
has the
with Zebra
orders.
Barkle,
Come
to
on.
build Colosseum, which Colosseum he can build it in 3 turns.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why. Yeah. That's why he needs to secure this now, because he has. If he's trying to rush Coliseum, he's gonna get it. Do we have a builder anywhere? We have an orator. No. We have a scholar heir. Okay. Interesting. Dude. 12 orders left.
Our heir. Ooh, that's bad.
Yeah. I gotta check the dynasty situation for Alcaraz in a second.
He wants to also adopt Revelation. One of the religion upgrades.
Bro. This is killing me. Move.
Well, with Revelation, each temple gives another half an order.
Yes.
But
Well, that's
dualism would have
Alcaraz.
been better. No, we're talking about Auro.
Am I behind on you? Did I? Did he build the Jebel yet? Did you see him build the Jebel?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, not yet.
Because I don't see him
He has
have
to
Revel.
work on top of it.
Yeah, I don't see Auro with Revelation is what I'm not seeing.
No, it's a sign. He put a ping for himself to adopt Revelation.
Got you. Okay. 7 orders left. Dear God.
1 minute and 40 seconds.
5 orders left. What is the point of getting your worker into position if you're not going to build the damn thing?
All right, Alcaraz's scout will be visible in 2 turns.
4 orders
On the
left.
southeast.
Nazar, you might want to mute me.
I mean, don't tell me that. Tell the stream that. Hey guys, you might want to mute him.
There it is. Thank God. Oh my God.
Gavin Barkle is on the table now.
I'm pretty sure that worker was like the first thing he moved at the start of this turn, and then he never touched it for the rest of this turn. And I swear I'm now half convinced he's doing this on purpose just to raise my blood pressure.
Just to mess with you.
I can't handle it anymore. I'm gonna need a break. That is wild. Fun times. All right, so Jebel secured.
He still has the resources for that dumb museum.
Yeah. He
could have
has
built a museum already.
Yeah. He has strong potential for wonder spam here. I mean, Alcaraz has a really, really great position, but Alcaraz is burning through everything, which is not a bad thing because like he's doing it for windmills. That's where a bunch of his stone just went recently to get like a dozen windmills put on the map, which is fantastic, right? But this is a window that Auro has to gobble up a bunch of mid-strength, strong wonders because Alcaraz is still 26 turns away from legendary. So yeah.
2 turns in Roma to legendary. For Auro, we're definitely gonna see one of the legendary wonders being built.
Yeah, the Colosseum is, I think, is the only one that you need to grab right away just because it takes time to build it. So you want the swordsman in the game quicker, right? So yeah, that I understand saving some resources, being like, hit legendary, build the Colosseum, that way it's ready in 16 turns if a fight breaks out. But everything else, man, just start spamming every low straight. Build the Hanging Gardens, for Christ's sakes.
Honestly, people meme on the Hanging Garden, but
I love it.
can be useful,
It's a really
especially
good.
with the Colosseum, because
Yeah.
Colosseum is based on population.
Yeah.
Uro's capital is all about growth right now. It's gonna be happiness level 4, which gives him 20% more growth.
Okay, we have the
Double that
first.
Hanging Garden.
Yeah, exactly. And we have the first nation expanding to their 11th city out of their essentially, their side of the map onto these, I don't know, hallways to their to the other player, and that's Alcaraz. Alcaraz has on 11 cities now. I do find it interesting that neither players. Although, actually, wait a minute.
No, Uro has it first.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Uro has Petra.
Yeah, but okay, yeah, my bad. But Carthage actually has an extra city. Where the hell is the extra
Yes.
city coming from?
Hippo Regius. No.
Oh, yes, no.
Ecleptus Magna. Ecleptus Magna. Or Utica. It's Leptis Magna and
It's Leptis
Utica.
Magna. You're right. It's Leptis Magna. See, yeah, point symmetry makes it a little bit difficult to track, even for us who have full vision. But yes, that's what it is. Carthage has this city, and Rome does not. Okay. Didn't realize more than one religion could have revelation. Okay. Auro learning some things about the game.
I think he's thinking like Civ. Where Civ, you can only have
Yeah.
one tenant per religion.
Oh, I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. Man, I haven't thought about, well, maybe not thought about, but I haven't done anything remotely close to playing Civilization in years. Apart from playing Old World, which is kind of like Civilization.
Different.
But yes, very different.
Don't say that in front of a developer. They will kill you. They will come after you for saying
Soren,
that.
Soren designed Civ 4. He's fine.
I know.
He's fine.
I know. Let's see. We are 18
Still building
turns. We
a
have.
wall.
There is just enough. There is just enough resources. Well, more than enough for a Colosseum.
Mm-hmm. Let's see where we have this pinned. He had
It's
it
in
pinned.
Roma to the right side.
I don't like that. It's on a hill. So you get adding yourself an extra turn there for no reason.
Yes, but that's the only position with the river that he can get. There is actually another place, but he has a water mill mark for it.
Yeah, but you could just sell tiles from Dura Kobalkotokatum into Roma.
That is true. But it still has it marked for windmills. All of it is marked for windmills.
Yeah, whatever. I guess it's just a turn. Who cares, right? Speaking of which, what's the order difference now? Well, the great news for Auro is that Alcaraz has had about a 600 order lead, total spent orders in the game. But he's had it for a little while now.
They're going for another 30 minutes. Do you have it in you, Scientific?
Oh, God.
You're the cameraman.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Admittedly, I'm losing. I've been fighting a cold all weekend, too. That's another reason why I kind of surrendered, because I just didn't feel like doing any of this. I wasn't even supposed to cast yesterday, but no one was around. But I did want to cast this match, but yeah. One more turn it is. One more turn. Indeed.
30 minutes, they said.
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell them it's okay? We're good to go?
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. I do need to take a break here, though. So what I am going to do, we can keep the stream going, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get up, stretch my legs, get myself more water. We're going to put the camera. Where will I put the camera? I will put the camera. I don't know, I've been watching a lot of Auro, so we'll put the camera down here, looking at Utica. Can see a little bit
put it on Alcaraz because he's about to finish his turn for Auro. While you do that, Auro is at the moment on the northwest side, clearing up the Numidians. He's out of orders. He has a warrior coming out of Bonania. He has the Cotton being built right here, right now in Petra, with 2 ships covering it. I don't know what happened to the third biome he was building, but he was building a third biome. Oh, it's also in Banania. Stronghold in 1 turn in Banania 2. Does have the iron for more his status to be built. The question is Alcaraz gonna react to that? That is 2 wonders being built for our wonderful Auro, and he still has 1200 stone left for him. He's doing Council in Roma for 1 turn. Most likely will have enough for a Colosseum. Right now we are on Alcaraz's turn. He just finished, what he finished, but he's doing Phalanx right at this moment. Phalanx is being researched. He stopped pushing for a second. He has 32 orders left, a total of 38 orders, and that is with 14 improvements being made. Just to give you guys an idea on what is happening. Shrines are being built, more groves are being built, and more windmills and water mills are being made. Onagers are being built too, ballistas are being built too. A couple of woodcutters coming out. Hooked wheel is what he finished. Last turn. Alright, we have our first onager in Thanai. He has 9 workers. Sorry. He has 4 workers left to do something and 5 disciples to do something. He went a little bit heavy on the disciples for a good reason. And looks like he might have to research Doctrine himself to get those temples for more orders. Apprentice officers are being built. Elder poets, another forum in Carthago. Museum needs 11 turns. 2 minutes on the clock, 17 orders. Right now, Alcaraz is having the issue of having too many orders, which is a very good problem to have. Where you are just looking and going, okay, what am I supposed to do with all of these orders? Lots of units are being moved around. He's buying tiles to get the honey in the middle part of the map to be able to get more groves, building another monastery in between those double groves, and a garrison in that city. In Cartina. And now he's out of orders. We are now doing Auro's turn with 17 orders to start. We have the event of poetry contest, which gives him a stat point, and a lost relative with a happiness pointer for legitimacy plus 2 happiness. Investigation or ignoring the relative who is lost. Alright. He is at the moment just clearing enemy units. 5 orders for him. Still building rows, 14 workers, only 1 disciple available.
All right, sorry about that,
Welcome
everybody.
back, Scientific.
Took a little bit
Did
longer
you
than
hear
I
that?
intended.
Do you hear that the coffin is being built?
A coffin is being built. Why is Oro done for?
The coffin. No, it's Auro went for coffin.
Oh, he's being. Oh, I thought you said coffin. I thought you were being cheeky.
No,
Someone building
no,
a coffin.
Colosseum is also being built
Yeah.
in
Oh, now we're
Roma.
talking. That's a turn right there. All
And
right,
he
let's go,
still
Oro.
have enough, and he still has enough resources to build another wonder if he would like.
Okay, so what should we grab? What do you think we should grab here, Nazar?
Acropolis.
Yeah,
And he has the money for it. He can actually go for the Acropolis right here, right now.
I actually
Build
think.
farm in every city. Has 5 more orders, and that should remove the bottleneck he has with orders.
Yeah, I think honestly that it's not an overly popular pick, but I think that's the right call in this situation because you need it every little order at this point. So I think I would love to see the Acropolis. Colossus could be really interesting grab in Petra as well. Lighthouse could equalize some trader family discrepancies, but I don't see a lot of coastal traders from Alcaras, so you don't really need it too much, but that could be interesting. But yeah, I agree with you. I think Acropolis is the way to go here because, again, we have time enough to save on these legendary wonders. Love to see it. Literally 3 wonders in pretty much inside of like 2 turns.
Yes.
Bummer we didn't grab the museum,
only
but
the museum.
yeah.
Only the museum.
I know.
That ticked me. That ticked me bad.
But honestly, between the 2 of them, I have to admit, I think the Jebel is the more important grab for Oro in this game. So the fact that he secured the Jebel is nice. Really, really, really,
Yes.
great. Yes.
Agreed with you.
So let me give Oro his moment and pan over Petra. Beautiful stone. Oro asked the question: is it a good standard turn for the Colosseum? And yeah, I think anything under 70 for tons of these metrics. And to keep in mind that dueling is a little bit sped up because of competitive mode. But anything under a 70 or 60 is pretty solid to do anything. So a 65 turn Colosseum is fine by me. You could do it a little bit faster, but I mean, you're not gonna. You don't lose any points.
Right.
Yeah, and for the reference point, Alcaras, Mr. Super Efficiency over here, is still 22 turns away from Legendary in his own capital. So it's like, not only is he not getting the Colosseum, it's entirely possible he's not getting any Legendary wonders. All right, that's fun. And the Chthon will help as well. The Chthon will help maintain naval supremacy. Alcaras is doing some tile buying here. Alcaras is also building more monasteries around his empire, which makes sense. I mean, the science is going to get out of hand at some point.
It's insane.
Building some ballistas, building some onatures. In fact, let's take a look at the military. We haven't checked that in a while. Military score starting to increase for Alcaras here. And units built. Yeah, Alcaras is now at 5 to Rome's 12. So, you know, he's going to start actually bringing online his unit production.
Looks like we have forestry being made for being researched for Uro.
Yes.
He had the option between steel, doctrine, and vaulting.
And also, comparatively, actually, here, let's take a look at this. This is starting to look good because Alcaras has 118 science, yes. He has about, what's the lead, like 800 science or 1,000 even? Is
Oh, now it's 1,400 science lead in the tech tree. So that's still a mountain to climb. But Auro at 88 science is not too far behind in terms of rate. So as long as he keeps making smart decision text-wise, so for example, doesn't let himself get destroyed by a bunch of ballista, he's not out of this. Of course, the irony here for Rome that I mean, while swordsmen are fantastic, I mean, your unique unit is kind of like a poor man's swordsman anyway, so. But, you know, I think what's going to be really nice is the military production. You know, you're going to erase this estate penalty here. So I'd like to start seeing some barracks and stuff get set up in the capital as well if we want officers, more science. We actually have an apprentice doctor, which could be interesting to rush up. In fact, actually, we should. An elder doctor would be 12 science in the capital. So we want to see his judge get to the capital. And now he can also build a heated bath, right? So we want to see a warm bath. We want to see a heated bath. We're going to upgrade
the cold bath.
Oh, he's upgrading it!
There we go.
Yes! So many games have I railed against the people not upgrading, and here it comes! Yes! I'm so glad I was watching this while it happened. Kudos to you, sir. Fantastic.
And that apprentice, wonderful doctor, just became a master doctor for free.
Yep, now a master. Yep. Fantastic. Love to see it, love to see it, love to see it. Great. Okay. In fact, what can we do for governors here? We can get a governor in here that's going to add us another 9 science. So, I mean, that needs to happen at some point as well. All right, things are not looking too bleak. Still strong advantage, still strong first session, I think, for Alcaras here. But, you know, that's to be expected. He was left alone all game, so he's always going to have a good game if you just leave him be. But Auro, I don't think... Auro, I wouldn't say is, like, floundering. I don't think he's in a bad position. I think there are some less than ideal things about the state that he's in. You know, his order economy sucks. Delaying his turn 65. He doesn't have a single barracks built. That is a little bit unfortunate. Oh, actually, he does have 1 barracks now. Now he's getting started on another one. Yep, that makes sense. So, you know, he's a little behind in some metrics, but I don't think he's floundering, right? Comparatively, right? So, since I just played Alcaraz and I just surrendered for a similar reason, you know, if we rewind the clock and give myself Auro's Empire in this situation at around the same time frame, because I surrendered, I think, on turn 72, 74. Yeah, this is not a game I would surrender. This is absolutely a game that's well worth continuing, going into further sessions. You know, you're doing great. Rinchwin's commenting about the turn 45 Coliseum from Ninja in a duel. So, fun fact, Alcaraz used to post all of these challenge games, and the threads still exist on Discord that, you know, you're supposed to hit a specific metric in the game as fast as you can, basically. And Ninja, myself, and I think one other player, we went to town on the Coliseum Rush one. And we were pulling out Coliseums in like 32, 42 turns on that one. Granted, it wasn't against actual other players, but yeah, you can do a 40-turn Coliseum if you get everything right. And you know, it's risky though because it does require investment, but it is absolutely possible. And if you get a builder on the throne and you can build it in 2 turns, then there you go. You get a swordsman in less than 50 turns, and that's always fun. It's not cheap. Exactly. Aaron, he's nailed it. It's not cheap. It is an investment. And sometimes you can end up being in a bad position. And also distance and time makes it tricky. So our groves are coming online with the Carthaginians. And look at this. We get a grove and a monastery right now by Leptis Magna, like really leaning into those adjacencies, which, you know, of course makes sense. This grove without a gardener is going to be 5.6 science in Lixus for Carthage. So, I mean, okay, we do have an agent, a Roman agent in Rome. Roma is making us 7 science. I don't hate it. That's not too bad. That's great. It's going to help. We can get another 4.8 science out of Zama. Not too bad either. Nice. So that's 10 science from Portcullis. And then what else we got? Another. We could get Prince Vibius or Cohen Agrippina for 7-point science. So yeah, I think we should be spending some of our civics. We have an extra 20 science per turn on the table right now if we spend 200 civics. Put Prince Vibinus in the capital and put swap our spy master for Cohen Agrippina, and that's like a 15 science swing for the Romans. Tiny little micro details like that can become important. 2 orders left, though, so I don't suspect we'll see a governor hit the capital, but I would love to see a governor hit the capital. 13 science per turn, actually, off of Aramaz the Scythian. And what's our civic output? Oh, it's dog shit. Never mind. Like I say, Inquiry 4 is on the table. Get a zealot on the throne. You can start rushing Inquiry 4s. That's like, what is it, like 180 science?
Unsure.
I think it's 180. All right, so let's take a look at Alcaras' stockpiles at the moment, because we have another wonder coming down the pipeline for Auro whenever he wants it. He has the civics, he had the stone. I really hope he's not waiting to secure more legendaries, because, I mean, he has Portcullis. Portcullis lets him see how... What?
He can build the Colossus right here, right now.
Yeah.
He has the resources.
He might not be aware of this, but with Portcullis, you can actually even see the culture rate of your opposing city. So, Auro will know that Alcaras is 21 turns away from legendary, so he can know that he can spend all of his... And the stockpiles on Alcaras are not great, right? He's really pouring every resource he has into his development, which is not bad, by the way. He's not playing poorly at all. You know, he's making sure every single turn that everything he needs to get built gets built. So that's great, but it's an opportunity if Auro wants it to secure as many wonders as he can, denying these points and obviously these perks to Alcaras. So I would love to see literally just go up the bottom line, grab Oracle, grab Hanging Gardens, grab, you know, apart from the Acropolis, because that's a really good one, but then just start from the bottom, work your way up. Just go, you know, 2 weak ones, 2 developer ones, finish them out, just get as many as you can. It's really nice, though. Go ahead.
Looks like Auro's leaving himself a bunch of notes regarding religion, regarding influencing the Chancellor, getting himself ready to do what needs to be done.
You know, I hope Auro wins, because maybe we'll get like a new wall meta, right? Like, just infamous wall rushing. $140 science for Alcaras now. Groves, some groves have finished up. What's really impressive to me is that Alcaras has mills and Auro doesn't, and their stone income is almost identical.
Right?
I have to give props to Auro for that. He's doing very good economy. Even the iron's not that far off either. Auro has 66 iron. Alcaras has 100. So for having mills, of course, there's a science issue there, but economically speaking, Auro's kind of fine.
Auro's doing pretty well for his position.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I find it a bit surprising that the players are not expanding more. Although Auro looks like he's finally going to clear this volcanic Numidian site, which will be good for him, get him to 11 cities. And but yeah, no, it was very surprising to see Auro not gobble up more of the map.
Well, in this scenario, Auro does not have the orders to be able to gobble more of the map. Okay.
Well, yes, no. Now he's like, he doesn't have the orders for it. Yes.
even before, even in the past, he did not have the orders to be able to gobble the map the way Rome should. For Alcaraz, he has the orders,
Yeah.
but he's trying to play tall, and he's very happy staying where he is right now.
Yeah, he's playing super greed, which makes sense because it's his comfort zone. It's what he's good at. So whatever. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, also to add more, like with Alcaraz, I don't think he has been punished well enough for his greed.
No.
Okay, I don't think he has faced any players that really punished him for going this greedy. So
You did. You kicked his ass.
I don't think that was good enough punishment, clearly.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want to oversell it. It was a very good fight. It was a strong battle. But no, you did what you do, which was you played Rome. You got built up. You got great training. In fact, that was one of your better games because your economy didn't suck. And even your science was pretty solid. And then once you had, like, some military, you said, all right, I'm going to go kick him in the face. And, I mean, you guys battled a bunch. And it was awesome.
When you say it like that. Yes. Okay, you're not wrong. It's just that he needs a better lesson on less greed. And I think, I mean, if Auro wins this, great, he got his lesson. If he doesn't, it's gonna be up to Ninja, to Aaron, to Class Koala to show him what happens when you go this greedy.
I have to say, if Auro wins this, it's going to be impressive just because, you know, the flexibility of what Auro is capable of. Auro has played long games. Auro has played quick games. Auro has been on his back foot against a player like Ninja, who out-expanded and out-scienced him. And so the flexibility that on display here by Auro, if Auro pulls out a win here against Alcaraz, will be really surprising because you might think in certain circumstances, like, there's a threat with a player like Alcaraz, with like, oh, you don't want to do what we're seeing happen here, which is where you leave him alone and you let him develop.
Right.
But I mean, if Auro wins, it won't matter because he would have played a good enough game to overcome Alcaraz's strengths, which will be very cool to see and will be very impressive.
Yes, agreed.
Mm.
And I've seen Auro in all kinds of situations too, where and I've never seen Auro ever having the upper hand.
Yes.
In the past, he always played from back behind and somehow just pulled off the most impressive wins.
Yeah. Fluffy is the only
right now,
game where he came out of the gate swinging, and you know, gained a decisive advantage and obviously won that game. But yeah, you're 100%. Every other game, it kind of seemed like he was like the tortoise, you know, the tortoise in the hare type of situation, where it's like you think he's gonna lose, but like no, he's fine. He's just chugging along doing his thing. He's just taking his time doing it.
looks like in the situation at the moment, 2 sides from Auro are cleared out. He just needs a settler for it.
Yes, we have a north one. We have a settler coming up for it, which is great. And we do have a site down here.
A settler headed out already towards it. So he's good and happy right now.
3 turns, yeah. So that will put him at 12 sites to Alcaraz's 11. And is Alcaraz making any progress towards a new camp yet? No, he's not. Okay. So that's going to be a nice little city advantage there. Slight. But again, of course, Alcaraz does have the better developed empire overall. But still, always nice to keep momentum moving forward.
While you talk about Alcaraz right now, I want to take a look on the side at Auro's potential when it comes to next wonders. So please, go ahead, do your thing.
Oh, for once, I actually don't have anything to say. Just looking at Alcaraz doing Alcaraz things. Why is he building a farmer here? Oh, he's probably worried about food production when it comes to elephants, I guess. He's building a natural farmer. I mean, it is a volcano farmer, so I guess I don't hate that. I mean, you could just build more farms. I guess there'd be more science. Whatever. That's just nitpicking, I suppose. Apprentice monk. He still is in. Oh, he's not in colonies anymore. He's in serfdom. He's ducked into colonies for a little bit for some tile buying along this coast. I'm actually surprised to see that he didn't just go the full measure and collapse every border in his central core. Because talk about getting food for elephants, you could literally just spam. You don't need this for urban development or anything else. You could just spam nothing but farms in this whole corridor. Even if it's temperate, there'd be so many farms that you'd be making like 300 food per turn. And oh, this would be a great quarry bed down here if you need it, but you kind of don't really need it either. Yeah, interesting. I mean, he's really humming along. See, this is the difficulty I have in games like this. Is I reach you if you hand me Alcaras' empire right now, I would not be developing anymore. I would be trying to end the game. I would be expanding towards my opponent. I would be building, whatever units I could build, and it'd be trying. I would be considering myself fully online, and that's admittedly a shortfall that I can have, where sometimes I go up against opponents who are either just flat out better than me, so they're in a stronger position by the time I decide I'm ready to end the game, or I either make my own mistakes, or we fight a good battle and I can't close it out, and next thing you know, I burned my whole economy in trying to end a game that I can't end. So it makes sense to just keep developing and keep one eye on that kind of goal when it comes to in terms of empire management. But some people get to a comfortable spot and they just keep building up. I get to a comfortable spot and I try to win the game. And I'm fully aware that that tactic has resulted in me losing games, which is totally fine. But I like playing quick games of Old World. All right, so we should see.
Looks like he could have built the Acropolis,
Mm-hmm.
The Apadina, the Colossus.
He does
He could have built the Lighthouse, the Hanging Garden.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the ones that he could have built. So he had the opportunity to build any of those whenever he wanted, because he wanted.
Yep. He does have his heated bath up in the capital now for a whopping 12 science from the Elder Doctor. Really want to see him take a moment. I mean, of course, he still needs to build wonders, yes, but definitely a good investment now at this stage to put more Elder Doctors out here while he has a judge, while he can afford to do it. He's burning. It's kind of breaking my heart here. By not spending the 100 civics to assign a governor, he's burning 13 science per turn in the capital, which is unfortunate.
Well, that's hurtful.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, especially because, I mean, he's not too far behind in terms of science rate. I mean, well, now it just spiked up again. A second ago, it was literally 2 turns ago, it was 118 science for Carthage, and now it's 140.
Let's take a second.
Yeah.
Leader, severely ill-doomed for Auro.
Ah, Christ. All right, well, we'll bring that scholar online.
Dying.
Bring that scholar online.
Well, he can't. He doesn't have metaphysics.
What? 1, 2, 3.
You need archive for that scholar to be online.
No, I'm just saying the scholar was going to be... In fact, let's look at his dynasty here. He only has a scholar. He doesn't have a very big dynasty. He has some grandchildren. Yeah, so he'll get a scholar online, and that maybe will boost his science up a little bit. Unfortunately, he's just shy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just shy of 7 laws. He doesn't have 2 of these current ones that he has adopted, but it would have been really nice to be able to upgrade to a citadel in the time that the judge was on the throne, but it's just not going to happen. Are we building a garrison anywhere? No, we're building a cold bath here as well, which, I mean, I guess that's more science, but dude, bro, your issue is order. Build some garrisons. Jesus Christ. I know you want to wonder spam, but build some garrisons, man. Spend the stone. All right, back over to Alcaras. Let's check Alcaras' situation as far as heirs and children. 2-turn portcullis. So Alcaras is going to start seeing what his opponent is up to in about 5 or so turns. All right, so what am I looking at? I'm trying to look at the dynasty here. Oh, see, look at the look at the difference in royal families between Auro and Alcaras. Alcaras has like 18
Oh wow.
characters.
You
I
adopt any of these?
Speaking, I don't know. Speaking about maybe did he? No. This
Yes,
one is
one
adopted. Yes,
adopted.
yes, yeah. He adopted
Adopted.
two of them. Still, this
Yeah,
is
he
one of the
adopted two.
things that drives me crazy too. It's like even without adoption, you can get a difference this dramatic. So anyway, we have a judge on the throne now. Our heir is a 6-year-old. Other archetypes in the family that we can um, switch to if we need to are another judge, two other judges. There's a builder in the dynasty that we could name and put on the throne if we needed to. That's always fun. There's an orator if we want an orator, and there's a hero. And another
There's a
judge. There's
hero, yeah.
3 judges, orator, commander, builder, and a hero. And then 3 kids. So lots of potential options if we need to pivot into something else. No zealots anymore, though, which is good news for Auro. No zealots for the Carthaginians. 9 turns on the Chthon. So we will have triremes in the water.
The Colossus is being built by Auro.
Yeah.
Next to the Chthon.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty fantastic. Pretty fantastic indeed.
It's paying off. If only he got the museum too.
Oh, boy. Well, this has been a
You're-
very fun game.
Auro's gonna hear that from me all the time from now on. Man, if only you got the museum too.
Yeah. Master Monk coming online in Lixus. That's interesting. I like that. Monks are such a powerful specialist, but they're really tricky to leverage in this type of format, the dual head-to-head format, because it's always a question of how much time are you going to have in the game in order to be able to really leverage it. But in theory, the monks are one of the more powerful specialists in the game, and they are calling it here, which is great because I need a break anyway. So they're going to end their game. They're going to save it up. And let's do a recap.
Thank God. Oh, thank God. I'm falling asleep, man. I'm tired.
All right. Well, you can take off if you want. I do appreciate you.
No. Wait. We're going to go with the recap, of course, 100%. We're
Okay.
in this together.
Okay, buddy. All right. So where are we at on 69 turns into this game? Wealth is actually surprisingly even between both players, so that's really good news for Auro. Auro is actually ahead on current wealth at the moment. Population, Alcaras, 47 to 34. Specialist, Alcaras, wow, they're actually surprisingly even on this, although I'm sure that Carthage has more urbans than rurals here, but 31 specialists to 26 in Rome. Workers, 26 to 26. Auro has officially caught up in workers. That's really nice. Military, 13 to 8. So Carthage is starting to bring their military machine online. Let's see. Camps cleared. No, that doesn't matter. 24 technologies to 18 for Carthage, to 18 for Rome. And improvements. This is the big one. Twice as many improvements in Carthage. And we're talking mills,
Wow.
we're talking monasteries, and we're talking groves. 3 crucial improvements. Game-defining, potentially, improvements that Carthage has access to that Rome doesn't have access to either of them. He doesn't have, or any of them. He doesn't have monasteries, he doesn't have groves, he doesn't have mills.
Lots of shrines, for
Yep.
sure,
So,
on Alcaras' side.
yeah, so
Lots of monasteries and lots of urban.
twice as many improvements from Carthage and overall better improvements. So that's something to think about moving forward in the next session. Of course, they're both starting to wonder spam. Let's look at orders. Orders is a nightmare. There is a 700 order gap in the game so far in favor of Carthage, and Carthage is looking at about 53 orders per turn to Rome's 27 plus or minus worker turns. They're even on food, even on iron, even on stone.
more or less. Military score favors Carthage slightly, which makes sense. Anything else we care about? I feel like no, right?
Stone production.
I did stone. Real quick, yeah. A
Uh,
slight lead on Auro, but yeah. All right.
science.
Oh, science. I don't
guess.
think I did science. Yeah, there we go. Science. And we have a science lead for most of the game from Alcaras. 140 per turn right now to 98 for Auro, and a 1,700 science gap between the players. Even at this stage, I don't think this is insurmountable. I think, Auro will have time to continue to build up and improve his situation. So for all of the things that Carthage has ahead right now, we just talk about how he has mills and groves and whatever else that Auro doesn't have. So think of the strength of Auro's position now without those things. So imagine the game 20 or 30 turns from now if Alcaraz allows him to catch up and get those things. I think we can still see potential for a pretty strong endgame Roman Empire out of Auro if Alcaraz gives him room to breathe.
Military score.
Ooh.
And we should be good to go.
All right. I think that's going to be it for me. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us. I know this was an eco session, not a lot of conflict, but sometimes that's just the way it goes in Old World, and I hope it was interesting. I hope there was tension. I certainly found it interesting. The Wonder game was fascinating. Some of the decisions made by both players was fascinating. Both players playing interesting games. And until next time, on Scientific, this is our friend Nizar, and this has been the Old World Community Tournament. Thanks again for tuning in.
Have a wonderful day, everyone.
I can't find my OBS to stop it. Oh, there it is.